welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into tonight's session, let's go ahead and introduce our players, starting with Angie.
Hi everybody, I am Angie, they, them pronouns. I play Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. And yeah, you can find me here every Sunday, of course, as we continue our amazing journey into the realms of Tolesh and beyond. And a few other things in the future as well, and some other places to be announced. And yeah, that's me.
Be on the lookout this week for the entire God Killer Sinner Sacrifice mini-series being uploaded to the Tales Archive YouTube channel.
Yeah!
It'll be there, and it'll be good.
Archive?
Lou? Yeah, damn.
Oh.
Inspiration point.
Yeah. I play Dolores.
Yeah, you do.
She, her pronouns for both of us. You can find me at Luzelia_art on most social medias.
Thank you, Lou. David.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, everybody. My name is David. My pronouns are he, him, and I play Whistle, the Hobgoblin soul-forged fighter. I am also around on Tales Archive in some upcoming projects. And I'm also over at Stealthy Elf Productions, playing a lot of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and just generally doing stuff over there. That's me.
Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, David. And last but not least, Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I play Echinacea Bellerose, a very stressed wizard. And you can keep an eye out on this channel for an upcoming project that I'm a part of. And when I'm not here on Tales Archived, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions, where I play Cressida in Unearthed Inheritance, and where I play Sugar Pea over on Outlaws of Alkenstar, and where I play Amanita, a little mushroom trying to be a person in New World Rebellion.
Hell yeah, brother. Thank you so much. Happy to be back. Happy to be here. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I am your archivist here for this evening. And when I'm not here, you can find me over at Stealthy Elf Productions. I play Finn Reese in Heroes of Asteria Unearthed Inheritance. And I play Nrim, just a weird little guy, in Heroes of Asteria New World Rebellion. Yeah, that's kind of it. Let's dive into the recap. We had a hell of a time last time. And Button, take your inspiration point. Thank you for writing the recap.
You are very welcome. At some point in the near future, whenever Echinacea is able to settle down into rest, they will pull out their mythic spellbook, a gift to them from Pharos the Phoenix. It reads, Dear Igni and Pharos, we return to our brave heroes in a terrible state. Soren has listed the charges against Whistle brought to bear by the Magus Arcanum. Whistle, chained within an anti-magic cell in the Magus Arcanum at Olkes, seeks out his connection to Nikolai in his mind palace. Running down the hallways looking for Nikolai's door, Whistle cannot find it, the connection seeming to have been severed. Realizing that he cannot reach his husband, Whistle goes cold, switching into survival mode. Saying that Whistle finally gave the Arcanum a reason to arrest someone, Whistle suggests that the arrest of Marco and the arrest of Dolores were illegitimate. Soren pushes back, citing the fighting pit that Marco runs where combatants fight to the death. I promise I can talk, you guys. Soren confirms that the rest of Whistle's party has yet to be captured, which is a small solace to Whistle as he continues to roam the halls of his mind palace in search of Nikolai Vorkoda. The two have a tense exchange where Soren wonders how many good men Whistle has killed, citing her own father as one such victim. Whistle tells Soren that if the chains binding him make her feel better, she should go ahead and take her shot. Soren refrains from doing so, however, citing Whistle's capture at her hands as satisfaction enough. She tells Whistle he will not see the sun, the moon, or Nikolai again, and that she merely hopes that Whistle will buckle under the weight of his crimes. Whistle responds that he is more than willing to pay for his crimes, and tells Soren that he will stay imprisoned. He only wishes to know where Nikolai is. Soren coldly replies that the location of Whistle's victim is none of his fucking business. Soren departs, and Whistle takes the opportunity to heal through force of will and to meditate, trusting in his friends. Meanwhile, the still free members of the party, that's me, and Zio, and a bunch of us, flee toward the docks. Zio reaches out to Halitus, informing him that the party is approaching the docks and asking for his aid in freeing Whistle and Dolores from the Magus Arcanum. Halitus agrees to meet the party. As the party flees through the streets of Volkes, Lulu keeps watch from above on any pursuing Arcanum agents, while Aedwulf distracts those remaining in the Crimson Mask. Assuming the Magus Arcanum will have discovered Kaelin's identity as a runaway Zendrixian prince, Echinacea reaches out to Casimir, asking him to keep Kaelin out of the Magus Arcanum's hands. Kaelin initially objects, but is quickly brought to understand the international ramifications at stake in the event that a Drukmeshan Arcanum could press charges against Zendrixian royalty. Meanwhile, in her own cell at the Magus Arcanum at Volkes, Dolores explores her cell and comes to realize that the accoutrements therein are illusions, covering a barren, anti-magic space. Pacing the cell, Dolores recognizes the distinct sound of Soren's heel beyond. Then Dolores comes up with a plan, creating a scene where it seems that she has been having a wild magic-induced nightmare. Dolores screams and thrashes violently until the guards check on her. Performing a pantomime of one of her magical fits, Dolores convinces the guards to retrieve the prison's attending cleric. Dolores tricks the cleric into healing her and notes that the anti-magic of the cells can be turned on and off outside of the cell. The cleric detects magic on Dolores, then says with horror, "Oh my god, what are you?" And I don't know what that's about, but Dolores takes the opportunity to escape her cell. Her magic surge gives her the ability to teleport, removing her from the swarm of guards directly surrounding her. Dolores is in the prison corridor, under 100 feet from Whistle. Whistle hears the explosion of magic beyond his cell, and readies himself for the off chance that the anti-magic in his own cell goes off. I lost my spot. That's in the text. Echinacea writes, "I lost my spot." For the time being, Dolores remains ignorant of Whistle's position in the prison, but assumes, having clocked Soren, that another member of the party may have been incarcerated. Dolores sprints in the direction of Whistle's cell as combat ensues, yelling, "Anybody there?" as she dodges Forge Guard until succumbing to a grapple. Whistle shouts out Dolores' name in response and begins to work on breaking his thumb in order to free himself from the manacles. Whistle's fucking metal. As the free members of the party meet Casimir and Halitus at the docks, Echinacea provides Zio, Casimir, and themselves with Igni's heart potions that give all three casters the benefit of a long rest. I'd added a nosebleed, I had to fix it. Giving Kaelin their non-detection amulet, Echinacea suggests that Casimir take Kaelin to Ishwar's castle to stay safe. Zio charges Isandro with not just care for the Amine in this moment, but care for their companions as well, and asks Isandro to accompany Kaelin. Zio tells him that while they can do their best to care for Echinacea, Isandro can best care for Kaelin. And Isandro tells Zio that Zio's the one teaching the lessons today. I'm a shipper. The party shares their plan to infiltrate the Arcanum with Halitus, who readily agrees. At the mention of possibly escaping to the elemental plane of air, Zio seems buoyed. Meanwhile, Echinacea, that's me, reaches out to Lucian via sigil to have the deed to Whistle's ship in Lucian's name, to protect it from being seized by the Arcanum. Zio takes that opportunity to apologize through the sigil to Io, who replies with understanding and care and some yelling. During the course of a frantic message, Lucian blurts out that he loves me. I'll process that one later. I told him I love him too. I'll process that later also. Sandro and Zio say their loving goodbyes, as do I with Kaelin and Casimir. Then they, Aniris and Casimir, teleport to Ishor's castle. The Magus Arcanum arrives just in time, taking the remaining party members into custody. Zio and Halitus pretend to be family, selling their apprehension, and I ask probing questions, sussing out that our conversations in this city have been overheard and documented somehow. I hate it. Upon entering the Magus Arcanum at Olkes and hearing the reports of the wizards taking us into custody, it is confirmed for Zio that Vidal's a fucking spy, and I'm led to suspect that Hugh may have been spying on me. With panic, I return to Eadwulf to myself for moral support, and Zio subtly unleashed Lulu to sneak covertly through the space. It was very smart. Recollecting the layout of the Arcanum shared by Casimir, Zio and I allowed ourselves to be led by the Arcanum agents so long as they continued in the direction of the subterranean prison. Back in said prisons, Dolores continues beating the tar out of the Forge Guard that are attempting to drag her back to the anti-magic cell. Overcoming his physical instinct for self-preservation, Whistle is successfully able to dislocate his thumb and escape a manacle before healing himself with his fey physiology. Watching, meanwhile, the vault to the Arcanum's prisons being opened, I memorized the arcane sequence for the purpose of escaping back through the main foyer. Lulu, meanwhile, scouted ahead, seeking out Dolores and Whistle. Through the vault door, the Arcanum agents began to separate us. Halitus took that as his cue and transformed into his elemental state, blowing back the guards with an eruption of air. The rest of us, therefore, joined Dolores and Whistle in the prisons below. Zio led the charge, calling upon the Amine of the space to transform them into a guardian of nature and trapping our would-be pursuers in an aura of difficult terrain. It was sick. Hearing Halitus on the wind, Dolores managed to break her grapple and sprinted toward the sound, summoning an intangible spirit in the process that exploded on her would-be captors. It was very Harley Quinn. Rounding the corner, Dolores came upon a strange, warded pool. Meanwhile, Whistle successfully freed his other hand from the manacles with another dislocated thumb and managed to successfully relocate them. Also incredibly impressive. He then set about attempting to free his limbs while I made myself invisible and flew into the room with the pool. Seeing Dolores, I alerted her to my presence by healing her wounds with my signature little phoenixes. I then noted that there was something beneath the pool that seemed to fuel some variety of magic. Alerted to the trapped entity, Halitus flew forward and broke some of the chains that seemed to be holding that entity at bay. Meanwhile, Uldiel and Kristoff, that's their couple name, charged in, though they were not fast enough to keep pace with Zio. Zio harried the guards from above, while Lulu stealthily continued forward. Dolores called out Whistle's location for me, and then mounted Halitus' elemental form, leading the charge for escape. Whistle, hearing Dolores' call, successfully freed his waist and feet from the remaining bonds and listened at the door of his cell. Then a fucking cleric attempted to banish Halitus, but she was unsuccessful. Recalling the layout of the Arcanum provided by Casimir, I was able to dimension door into the Hall of Cells, and spotting Whistle's cell, was able to use the arcane sequence from the vault door to open his cell. The height of hubris truly is using the same password for every fucking door. In this moment, Whistle was freed. As soon as that door opened, Whistle could hear Nikolai's frantic voice in the Mind Palace asking where he was. In the palace, Whistle and Nikolai reunited immediately, and upon feeling his Divanthier magic returning, everyone could see the ghostly figure of Nikolai wielding the Wind Wraith, zipping down the corridor until he rested once again in Whistle's hand. I lost my spot again. I'm so sorry, I'm almost done. Reunited, Whistle and I stood back to back once again, ready to face the oncoming guards who sought to restrain Whistle once more. Back in the pool room, Reeves and Oldiel held the guards at bay while Halitus continued attacking the chains, restraining whatever the fuck is in that pool. I still don't know. Zio joined Halitus in his work to free the mystery entity, then mounted Halitus with Lulu, casting further protection with Oleander's thorny armor. As the I lost my spot again. In the powerful state, Zio drew the fire of the guards, allowing for Dolores to stay conscious. Meanwhile, the remaining guards in the corridor moved in to restrain Whistle, with those nearest bumping into my invisible form and turning their attacks on me. However, Whistle employed his reinstated Divanthier abilities to shield me from harm, increasing my armor to impossible heights. It was very impressive. He then unleashed the full strength of the soul-forged fighter, bloodying the surrounding guards and casting Sanctuary upon himself, using the chains that formerly bound him. And this is where things get sad. With sorrow, I looked at the remaining sealed cells, understanding that I would not be able to free all of those still imprisoned while also accomplishing the goal of escaping with my party. I dimensioned myself and Whistle back to Halitus. Crying for those who remain imprisoned, I healed Whistle and Dolores with my tears. Maybe I can bottle those. Having gathered everyone upon his back, Halitus shifted the party from this plane to the elemental plane of air. It is thus that the party emerges in a realm of nothing but endless sky. Zio revels in returning to this place only briefly glimpsed in a minute-long banishment as we fly upon Halitus's back, watching him craft a palace from the chill of pillowing and billowing clouds.
And
there we are.
that is actually where we do not actually pick up there this evening.
Postscript.
Postscript. But yes, well-deserved inspiration point for you, Button. Thank you. I like Echinacea writing. I lost my spot again. Sunlit flowers through a sky painted in hues of pink and gold, casting this ethereal, dreamlike glow over an endless field of flowers. The air is thick with the scent of lavender and honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of unseen fey creatures creates a beautiful melody that hums throughout this space. The flora here sways as though dancing, vibrant petals shifting in color with every breath of wind. We follow a sleek white stoat, swiftly darting through the meadow, his fur pristine, save for a curious set of markings, black swirls mimicking a curled mustache and a crisp monocle. His movements are effortless, his small paws barely disturbing the blossoms as he weaves between their stems. A flick of his tail sends him bounding over a mossy stone. He pauses, whiskers twitching, before launching himself toward a stream. The water, iridescent and slow-moving, is dotted with lily pads as large as shields. The stoat lands lightly upon one, then another, crossing with practiced grace before landing softly on the other side. Ahead, an ancient tree stands at the heart of this tranquil field. Its trunk is massive, gnarled with the weight of ages, and its boughs stretch wide, forming a living tapestry of interwoven branches and shimmering silver leaves. The bark is streaked with veins of that same silver, and where the roots twist together, a grand dwelling has been built into the tree itself. It's a home of many levels, its windows glowing warmly, lanterns bobbing gently from hanging vines, balconies and platforms stretch from the trunk, strung with ivy and bejeweled with chimes that sing in the wind. At the base of the tree, a broad-shouldered man with wild ginger hair chops wood with smooth, practiced swings. His freckled arms flex as he brings the axe down, splitting logs with a resounding crack. Beside him, his loyal griffin lounges in the shade, a creature of pure regality sneaking and stealing a nap throughout this midday heat. Its feathers shift with an ever-slight movement, catching the light of rippling shades of chestnut and gold. Flicks an ear toward the stoat, approaching, but does not stir. The stoat scurries past the woodcutter, slipping through the roots and into a small, round door that swings open as though expecting him. Inside, the air is filled with the scent of spiced teas and freshly baked bread. The interior is cozy. Every inch of the space is alive with charm and warmth. The walls, grown naturally from the tree itself, are adorned with shelves holding jars of preserved fruits, dried herbs, and small trinkets of fey make. Wisps of light flit through stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of color across plush rugs and cushioned seating. A spiral staircase winds upward to unseen rooms, its railing curved as a delicate silver-white hand grips around it. The visage of Ishror in his elven form, quickly hurrying as he pulls his his robes up, very, very princess-like, kind of running down the stairs. He's sort of getting himself ready, an amulet sort of igniting on his wrist as he seems to have been notified of new company at his home. And we move toward a table where we see a familiar face pouring a glass of tea. As Lazuli, you hear Ishror run into the room. Aura Lapis looks at a companion of yours that you've made in your time here, nods in her direction. Hello. It seems as if it's my time to go. We have company at the castle.
Hey, do you need help? What's the matter?
It's Kaelin, Isandro, and I am not sure who that hulking dragonborn fellow is. No, it's Inaris. All right, yes, I know who that is. Should be fine. Casimir's there too, and he looks upset. Not happy. You're fine. Enjoy your tea. Your father should be back later, but I can send a word for them if you like.
Please. And she writes something on a note and then pulls out her book with her bookmark as well and pats it, knowing that she'll write later. Hands the note to Ishror and pours her companion some tea. Please drive safe. Drive safe? Hello? Where's the car tally?
The spirit of your own love just popped out in that
She's
moment.
like, all right, I'll see you later. Gets in like... drives from the Feywild to the material plane.
Great.
It's crazy. Incredible.
What's that?
But he does... I will make sure this gets to them safely, and I will be sure to tell them that you love them.
Kaelin without Echinacea worries me.
As it does me. I imagine, given the look on Casimir's face and the splitness of our company, it is nothing good. Be sure that if you're needed, I will call you.
Thank you, Ishror. I love you. And she gives a big hug.
I love you. Hugs, kisses, gives a kiss to Aura's temple. She says, oh, you big flirt. He's like, I'm not doing any such thing. and he sort of bows very politely to your companion as Ishror leaves. And that is where we find the party now. You're descending upon Halitus as this palace is being built. It's going to take a little bit of time to construct, so you're all quite literally sitting on a bed of clouds. All within your own... Yeah, you guys take the scene here. How is everybody looking after this event, after what you've just experienced? Some of you are hurt. Some of you, Dolores and Whistle, all of your equipment is gone. Say the Wind Wraith, you have Nikolai. But yeah, I turn the scene over to you guys.
For Whistle's part, I think he is just dressed in probably like a really blood-stained, ratty shirt that he just wore under his armor because they've just basically stripped him of his armor and stuff. So he's just in breeches and a loose linen shirt, bruised and beat up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have Nikolai in your ear, who is just.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I couldn't get to you sooner. Are you all right? I did what I could, but it wasn't enough.
Not your fault. That place, their prison was very advanced.
And we were very much at a disadvantage.
Yes.
And Nikolai, I think Nikolai can kind of talk out loud, right?
Yeah, I think he is speaking out loud.
Yeah.
He's not doing this in private unless you've given any indication
No.
that you want it to be private, right?
No. I think this will be out loud then. Nick Whistle will turn to Echinacea and pretty much everybody that's there, and say,
Thank you all for rescuing me. I'm sorry that it was necessary.
So I know Whistle is wearing kind of the beat up clothing. Is Dolores also in just kind of like this?
Yeah,
beat-up clothing?
just like trousers, boots, and just like a linen shirt, like nothing, no armor, no accoutrements. Similar to Whistle, Dolores still has has her armaments, her prosthetics.
I think Zio, as Whistle is speaking, will remove from their backpack, from their back, a set of common clothes, just like ones that come in like the general inventory, and just like provide it over to either one of them. I can only assume that it would probably not fit Whistle, but
I don't know. Let's see Whistle in a tube top.
Yeah, pretty much.
it
Would look like Will from Baldur's Gate. You know how like he's got like the little it's like
shirt.
just tight enough, just a little bit of a crop top. But just provides it over as an option to getting out of the uncomfortable
I was gonna say
prison clothes.
Dolores and Whistle, like your clothes, I mean, they're pretty bloody. Like they're pretty dingy, they're pretty torn up. And I will say, like, clothes that are coming from packs, we'll say you have a couple options there. So there's something for both Dolores and Whistle here.
And Zio just hands it over without like even questioning or saying anything.
I think Dolores is pacing like a caged animal still. Like, she's like, thanks, kid. And any quiet moment of not talking, because she's not trying to interject necessarily,
Sure.
But it's whenever there is empty space between words, like, we should go back. Like, how do we get back? They took everything. We left people there. We still have the fucking humble abode. We have to get it back.
Echinacea is listening to Whistle's apology, watching Zio give of themselves, listening to Dolores frantic and needing to get home. The tears that started streaming down their face before we left for this realm, for this plane, haven't stopped falling. I think they silently go to Whistle. They pull out their shift-weave cloak and they look at it. It's red now, but when they take it off, it shifts back to the colors of the Magus Arcanum, because it was Casimir's and that's where it was from. And there's just this pained expression that nothing is theirs and they have control over nothing. but they give a little flip of their wings so that they can reach Whistle's shoulders, and they wrap the shiftweave cloak around him.
As the cloak comes around Whistle's shoulders, it's shiftweave, so it changes to the user's thing.
Yeah, it takes on whatever look you assign to it.
Okay. I do think it'll probably become a very almost nondescript black cloak, something that, wouldn't catch an eye or anything. And I think especially if he's wearing Explorer's clothes and stuff from Zio, I imagine those are pretty colorful, so it's got a bit of a...
You're wearing an array of Scorched style sashes and these very long kind of baggier, almost like workout pants that get really tight around the shin and ankle. And then you've got this really Geralt of Rivia dingy black dusty cloak over you look like Jesus in the Technicolor Dreamcoat. That's
crazy.
Very much the vibe.
I think Whistle also though he's gonna pull it over because he definitely feels a little uncomfortable wearing colors from the Scorched Isle. As he's putting them on, he grimaces a little bit. But as Echinacea pulls the coat over him, he turns and says,
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. You were right.
I don't know how to fix any of it.
As the cloak is on his shoulder, he's going to hold one of your hands and say,
We can't fix it quickly. It'll take time. You were right. We have to be smart about this.
They hold his hand tight.
Scanning around the group, Whistle's going to notice a few heads missing in the count.
Anaris is gone, Kaelin is gone, Isandra is gone, and Casimir is not here at the moment.
He's going to turn quickly to Echinacea.
The others, where are they?
Rars Castle.
Safe. That's good.
I think so. And they're going to, in the Mind Palace, just verify. I don't know how much tone comes through, but there is
Yeah, let me look that up. The spell is not.
Oh yeah,
the spell is not called Thought Lobby.
It's not called Thought Lobby. It is called.
We can rename it.
Telepathic Bond.
Telepathic
Bond.
Yeah.
Thought Lobby is crazy.
Listen,
you gotta spell it right.
You guys, you're spelling it wrong.
Yeah, it can't extend to other planes of existence.
I was gonna say, I don't think that you send out this message, but nothing comes back. But I will say, given the spell, you feel that it doesn't even go out because there's nowhere for it to go to. So you get the sense that it's not that your message was heard or sent, it's just not leaving this space.
I can check and see. Because I have the
sending
the potion that Echinacea gave them. I got my sending back.
Yes, You can try that.
So I will say though, in the language of sending,
It's a
if the target
5%
is on a
chance it
different
doesn't
plane,
happen.
5% chance that the message doesn't arrive.
Okay.
So what do I have to roll?
Let me.
I think it's a D20. It's just a
D20,
1.
it's an add 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So roll it. Make it just flat D20 check.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there.
Or you could roll D100 and everything under 20.
No, just roll the D20.
I rolled a 5.
Oh, it does go through.
Okay.
Good thing that wasn't a
so-
D100.
Yeah, no shit. That's why I was like, no, way less opportunity for error there.
Yeah.
But yes,
I think
with a-
Zio
with a
will
five, it sits fair enough.
then Zio will then quickly reach out to Sandro.
Okay.
And just say, we made it out. We're in the plane of air. Things are a little rough, but we're okay. We're safe. Just, how are you? Hopefully you guys are okay.
Kind of sounds like your message, like, you know, when you're on the phone and you're going through a tunnel, like you can hear what everybody's saying, but there's that air of like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Mhm.
Isandro responds almost immediately. Sorry, I was sleeping. Yes, everyone is all right. We're safe. Time between planes goes differently, dude.
Oh my
no.
god.
No!
I was just about to say. I'm like,
Yep. Time between planes moves differently. But we are all safe. Ishora is back. Lazuli gives you all her best. And we are okay. I'm glad you're safe and well. Well enough. And Zio, as you get this message, you hear in your mind almost like a breeze sort of shifting through you. Sky saw.
I know it.
Oh.
like Zio just kind of like shakes it off, thinking that it's probably maybe like the line picking up the different frequencies. It's like
You're like,
this isn't it. It's just like, what? And then Zio just kind of like, whatever that was.
You're like ignoring it for now. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I heard from Sandro. He seemed to have woken up, so I don't know if time has passed differently. But he seemed like he was just like I woke him up. He says that Lazuli sends us her love. So I'm assuming maybe Lazuli has heard. And that everything's okay.
You didn't say anything about... nothing about Kaelin or Casimir or an Iris. Okay. Echinacea has gone from just tearful to frantic again and is pulling out their Atlas of Endless Horizons. Dolores, I don't know how to teleport people. I'm gonna see. And they start flipping through this tome that you can kind of see has an orrery on it and then the night sky, and the vibe is transit. Like that is the vibe of what they're looking through, but you see that they're just sort of frantically doing it. And as they do, they're gonna cast Sending.
Okay. Who do you cast it to?
Monroe.
Oh, okay. We're gonna hard cut for a second as we return to Tolesh. We're in an inn. There are 2 bottles of whiskey that are sort of overturned, emptied. A box of cigarettes is quickly shoved into a pocket as a man freshly out of the shower slicks hair back, puts a long leather duster on, and just sort of rolls his shoulders out, hands shaking as he puts his pistols into his holsters. grabs a stone, departs, throws money onto the toward the tavern keeper, leaves as a door slams as he gets into his car. The crystals push.
Drive safe.
I love his car. Drive safe.
The
one car.
Yeah, cars, man. He puts the crystal in place as the arcane engine just as he hits the gas and just starts going. Okay, and this message comes through. What do you say?
We'll see if it comes through.
Sending comes. Oh yeah.
11.
Yeah, there's a 1 in there, but not
that's
the
not a 1
you're afraid of. Yeah.
He escaped the Arcanum in the plane of air. Everything has changed, Monroe. And we are safe. But I am scared. Don't come to Olkes.
It's the brakes.
I love you.
There are 2 wolves inside Monroe. I have grenades in my bag. I don't have to stay in Olcas. You know what I mean? I can just lob a few bombs and then leave. Listen, catch. But he sits there and he's just... You have every reason to be afraid. And I'm afraid too. Just let me know where you need me, and I'm there. I'm glad you're out. I love you too, Doc. At this point, I will say Halitus has finished constructing what is... Actually, we'll just go to the map.
Okay.
I have so many maps here. Has made this large series of stone islands that are connected into a momentary home for you guys. So you guys can put yourselves on the center platform here.
Ooh.
This is rad.
Yeah, this is cool as shit. Ooh.
Oh.
Halitus does land by you all, taking on his humanoid form. It's what I could muster up quickly.
And,
You're muted, Angie, if you're talking.
Hmm.
Oh, no!
Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah,
What were you saying?
it's greatly appreciated, Halitus.
Of course. Anything else I can do to help?
Not for the time being. I'd like to go flying with you, leader, if that's okay.
We can absolutely do that. You hear that again, Zio. Sky sought. Home.
Are the Amine talking to you all?
Yo, am I fucking crazy here? Who's talking to me?
Echinacea taps one of their terrariums. Riften's very upset, so he and I are just comforting each other.
All the flowers, yeah, they're all just like, what the fuck?
Oh, that powers.
And then, yeah, Whistle Nikolai. You get, you hear like curiosities in the wind, right? people asking questions, but it becomes clear to you, Whistle, that they're not necessarily talking to you. They're communing with each other, being like, curious, what's this? New people, new things, place, like, and they're looking at like the construction that was just made. But yeah, I will say, given your innate skills, like you know when someone's directing you, right, or when someone's talking directly to you, and that's not the case here.
Yeah, not the case. Yeah, they're just kind of voices on the wind.
Yes.
Okay. Whistle will say,
I need to lay down still, but I don't want to miss any sort of planning that we might do.
What is Dolores' general vibe right now? Because I know they were the most stressed.
They're the most like visibly like upset in regards to like angry. I want to go home.
How private are the bags? Like, if we're all sitting down our stuff, she knows that you all possess hats of disguise. She's pressing like, where are the hats of disguise? We could use that. Like, she's
trying to
bargaining. Go. Like, anything that she can be like, well, we could do this, and we could get back here. And I really feel like I could, like, it's purely like scraps of ideas. It's not really that fluid, like pacing, like looking down, like kind of checking the perimeter of these islands to see if there's a way. Just, yeah, a little pretty frantic. She might even approach you, Echinacea, and be like, do you still have those hats of disguise?
I gave mine to Guide, so that he wouldn't be spotted.
Okay, Guide.
Right.
But there was 2, right? At least.
There are more. Zio, Whistles will be gone.
I gave mine to Anaris.
Anaris has yours.
Yeah.
Yes, you gave it to him on the train,
Mhm.
which I love. Just this big old dragon throwing a tiny little hat.
Little bowler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I have one, but I mean, I don't think it's safe for us to go back right now.
Reeves nods along as you say that, Zio, and just, it's a quick bloody death wish if you like, but you're more useful alive than you are dead, eh?
We got really lucky with Halitus being there with us.
We've lost everything. I'm lucky I still have my arm and my leg. My life.
Well, you didn't lose your life. You have that.
Be grateful for that. You can always get new shit.
I have Sophia. There were countless cells that I don't even know who are in.
They had her?
I believe to be, yep. She's fucking pissed.
Mm-hmm.
That seems right.
What happened with the train?
They were also after Milo/Marco.
We got him out.
Interesting. Someone, maybe it was him, maybe it wasn't, came into my cell. He convinced me to surrender and... Oh yeah. So, there's someone who wants your rag war machine real bad. His name's... What is it?
Give him a wrong name, dude. That would go so hard. Like,
it's not a rag war?
No.
No, that part's correct.
You got it.
I got that.
Giving, like, Dolores doesn't totally remember that she just gives him a bad name.
Mordid Cayman? Mordid Cayman.
Morty.
A mortician came in.
A mortician came in.
Yeah,
Really cocky guy. Thought he could
What?
outwit me. Mm-hmm.
Mordred.
He wanted me to lie to you. Take it without, like, he'd let me go. I didn't believe him.
Wasn't that the wizard from Norfolk?
Yes. Yes. He's the one who teleported us to, frankly, where Whistle was.
Yeah.
He made it seem like he wasn't the Mage's Arcanum's dog. But it smells like shit to me.
He was so nice to us.
Called manipulation.
Did he say what his interest in the Ragwar machine was?
Dolores has found a drink, by the way.
I will say, Halitus has pulled out.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we moved.
Incredible.
I'll say you guys are probably
Yeah.
up in like the little kitchen area, so you guys are probably like in here. Yeah, right
I'm
where
so sorry,
Whistle
I'm too
is.
zoomed in.
No, you're good.
I'm gonna sit over here.
Right, well,
No, I'm gonna sit
right,
in the
right,
fire.
right where Whistle is, and Halitus has poured you guys wine and is preparing a meal for you all after this long and difficult day.
Thank you.
There's a couch
You're
over here.
gracious.
The interesting thing is, like, you see him prepare the wine. He doesn't grab bottles, but he grabs these multicolored crystals, puts them in his hands, and just squeezes. And you hear, like, the crunch of these
Wow.
crystals, but it's not like it shatters into shards of glass. It just dissipates into this liquid. He bows. He curtsies.
Very cool.
Now, is that something that anybody can do, or is that some kind of elemental magic?
Is it both?
Fair enough.
If I can say, having been there, it might be a mistake to return so quickly. You all barely
What was-
made it out the first time. 10 minutes ago.
Okay, but what was chained up down there? Do you remember what that platform was? In the water?
It seems primordial in nature. I recognize that much, but that could be a great number of things.
It seemed like they were using it to power something.
Yes.
For what?
It's a vast facility with a lot of magic. If they had a central battery,
Battery.
could be siphoning something. Drawing its power to keep the lights on.
Can we circle back to Whistle's question? Why did Mordred Kane want the Ragwar machine?
He said that it was too powerful of something for you all to have in your possession, that if unprotected it could fall into more dangerous hands, that even though you think you're doing good, it's still too risky and could potentially be stolen. So it's overall for the greater good for you not to have it out and about. If I remember correctly, Alec.
Give
that the
me
general-
a history check.
Okay.
So
So Whistle's gonna look at the group and go,
Who is this guy?
Who is this twink?
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll again.
How?
Because it just happened. I have a inspiration.
Oh, okay. You were just like, I'm not accepting the results.
I don't like that
I'm
number.
rolling again.
"That's some aura, Lou. That's how you do it."
Yeah. Truly. Whistle.
Blatant
Mordred
rejection.
What'd you get?
Kane.
17.
You remember that Mordred specifically said that the Wagmore machine, the Ragwar
Wagmore.
machine, could while it's doing good in the short term, it could become a problem in the long term, as it could unearth an ancient enemy to this world.
Oh, I relay that.
Okay.
An ancient enemy.
Sounds
I
like he
will
didn't
say,
float a fucking bullshit
Whistle
to me.
Echinacea, give me a history check here.
You
An
got it,
ancient
dude.
enemy. Like,
You got it, though.
Got it.
Am I allowed to remember things from my reading, or do I? Oh, 21.
23.
Not to do with motherfucker in the middle of the earth who's chained.
not Vamir.
No, I think it's the redacted
it's-
from our
You should not
reading.
be named.
Yes, and I'll say, yeah, Zio would have rolled here too. So Angie, go ahead and give me that roll.
Oh.
21 to
History?
23. Oh yeah, 23. You have it. I'll say, Whistle, you know exactly what this is referring to then, so you can relay that.
Okay, yeah, Whistle will say,
That sounds disturbingly familiar, like something that we came across in our research.
Yes, that name stricken from the record.
Simone Kanan may know what it is.
Mordred may know. My issue is that he didn't bring his concerns to me.
He underestimates us.
I mean, he's
So
a
what's
member
your-
of the Seven. They are the most. They're the most famous wizards.
Yeah, but they still underestimate us, regardless of how famous they are and what they've done. They had to start somewhere at some point. And you are just as capable, if not better, I would say. In my personal
In my
opinion.
fuck mechanics, you're better
Whistle.
to me.
You're better than all of them.
Whistle will stand there and be like,
That's cute.
Seconded.
Echinacea starts crying again.
And even if you don't believe it now, I mean, again, everyone has to start somewhere.
Start now.
What?
Home. Sky.
You all see Zio just like. We're literally
Are you getting a
inside the
message?
building.
It was normal for y'all to have stuff speaking in your head.
Well, so
It's
yes.
not.
Give me
It's
a
not
perception check,
ascending. I don't.
Ange.
Dolores says that, and Whistle and Nikolai nod at each other.
There you go. Mhm.
Aedwulf pops out the shadow of a wolf, also nods.
And it was like,
Perception.
mhm.
Perception
sure as
is
long as you have a no
oh,
one.
I leveled up, so
You leveled up, dude.
nice. It's it was a 14 on the roll. I have plus 12. So what is
Holy fuck! Why do you have plus
26? Right?
Okay. You see, with a 26, up go Rose. Actually, guys, drop back down a level if you wouldn't mind. Forget that. You see, peeking around a corner, an Amine, but this Amine takes on a more humanoid form. It's feminine. Its face looks almost avian. The ears are sharp elven, but they're made of feathers. And there are these feathers that sort of fall down the head as like the hands look like harpies' talons. As it just kind of like curls across and looks. You see as it's whispering into its hand, and through a breeze is sending its message to you. And it sort of
And
laughs.
I see this
You
like
see it.
in the room.
Yeah,
Like-
kind of peeking. You've now hit your second transformation level, so you're
Yeah.
seeing a lot more than you're seeing what others are not.
Yeah.
This is only something that Zio is able to perceive right now. And you see
Got
as
it.
you
Zio
clock it,
doesn't
it
know
kind
that.
of yeah. You see as it clocks you, it just kind of giggles and flies behind the wall, almost beckoning you.
Halitus, did you see that?
Hmm?
Who was that?
He's crushing crystals for wine.
And behind the bar.
Yeah, he's taking the crystal. He's doing this just to go.
Yeah.
It's difficult. All of the spirits around here just you'll become part of the noise.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's like when you live by a train, right? And you hear it so often that you just
Wow.
don't hear it eventually.
Yeah, it's almost like yeah.
Oh, Ange.
And then
It's like I know exactly what you're talking about. Zio sort of just like sees the harpy, or this
Yeah, it does
spirit.
kind of look like a harpy.
Like a harpy, okay.
A little bit.
Just sees the spirit and it's just kind of like, and then turns back to the group. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be distracting everybody. I keep hearing things, I guess.
Did you make a pact with a shadow to fight God?
No, I haven't made any pacts.
No.
Sandro.
I mean, I've made so many different kinds of pacts with Asandro. I can't talk about that in public in polite company.
Oh. Okay.
They're not. It's just like, I'm joking. Look, it's.
Funny
I'm
joke.
joking.
Funny joke.
Funny
We
joke.
share a wall of both.
I'm joking. I'm joking. It's. I'm just
Okay.
trying to bring levity to the situation, and clearly I
So,
don't know how to make a
Angie,
joke.
what I just posted in gallery, that's kind of what you're seeing, except it's this ethereal blue. And it's a bit transparent.
Mommy.
You didn't
Wow.
say it was.
Oh,
Alec.
whoa.
David knows this one.
Wait,
Mommy,
whoa.
mommy.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go follow them.
Every fate trap ever. You know.
Yeah. But it was not.
Hotness warning next time.
Sorry,
please?
content warning, it's really sexy.
Really sexy.
Yeah.
And it's like, no. Okay, all joking aside, no, I have not made any pacts. The only thing I've done is that, I went up, I kind of passed a new threshold in my spirit calling, studying. But that's it. That's pretty much it. Did we make a pact, Halitus? That I didn't know of?
Elias says, nope. That would have been made very clear.
Yeah.
What is it saying to you, Zio?
It's laughing at me.
The funny thing is that it's totally not laughing at Zio.
Yeah.
It's just being.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
that's
giggling.
rude.
It's like, it's not really laughing. It's just kind of like, it's giggling, like trying to get me to like follow it. Them. Her. Him. I don't want to assume.
Echinacea is incredibly paranoid. They
Yeah.
cast detect magic. They want to know where it is.
Zio points in the
I mean,
direction.
it's you literally get flashbanged with like elemental.
It is iCarly.
Yeah, Echinacea walks through a door and just.
Okay.
I will say, I mean, you get a lot of like. There's a big hint of transmutation magic given the space that you're currently in.
Makes sense.
And yeah, the fact that that's happening. Halitus is weird ass with the crystal wine. There's no. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna message you, Button.
Me?
I think-
No, I'm just gonna say you get. I just need to make sure I have these right. From Dolores, you get enchantment magic, and yeah, a lot of enchantment magic.
More enchantment?
Yes,
Enchantment.
particularly 2 enchantment
Enchantment.
spells. And then the normal array
Dolores.
of magic around everybody else. Sorry, go ahead.
Dolores, someone did something to you.
Huh? She's like looking at the.
Huh?
You've been enchanted.
Someone drank the
Oh.
rest of my drink.
I'm so
Yeah.
endeared by her. Echinacea is freaking out. I love everything about her. Echinacea scuttles up to Dolores. Enchantment on you.
Enchantment times 2 electric boogaloo.
Yes, that.
Is it not
Thank you,
my
David.
2
Uh-huh.
enhancements?
Are those
Confusing
enchantments?
enhancements for enchantments is a real inspiration point. That's really
Yay.
fucking good.
Detect magic autocorrect.
I don't know what
Ding,
those
ding,
are.
ding. Me either.
Io knows what those are. If Io
Ding, ding. Just like the metal sound. What are we doing about that?
Wait, what's that?
Points back to the Amane.
You don't see it.
Oh, well, but there's an approximate
You know the
location that we were all
Open
looking.
doorway.
Theo, I imagine you pointed it out.
Yeah, Zio is. I think the big thing right now is just that Zio is grappling with the fact that there seems to be very important conversations happening, and like they're
You're not
between
wanting to,
like the
log it down with like.
yeah, they're between looking at the group and then looking through the door where the Amine went, and then looking at the group, and there is I would say you all would see just kind of not anxiety, but like a frenetic sort of energy that Zio has, especially being in this place. But Zio also is being very mindful about wanting to figure out and see where the conversations are going first.
Okay. Well, if those are enchanted, maybe Zio, you can write to Io to see if that's the case, and if so, what enchantments they might be.
Okay.
And you know, if Dolores attacks us, then we'll find out that it's not. I guess.
Wait, Dolores is gonna attack us?
I don't. Enchantment magic is bad, Zio. It is bad. It's.
Writes Echinacea says enchantment magic is bad, like in capital letters. Just write this across.
For controlling people and making them think things that aren't real a lot of the time, or making them do things that aren't what they want to do.
Repeating as you're writing.
Yeah,
Very good, Ange.
Damn. Okay. At this point, Halitus has dropped food for you all to eat. Just like pretty simple meal here. He kind of looks to Zio. I'll take a look around the premises and see what's around.
yeah, and then Zio just was like, oh, I want to come with you, but it just also kind of like, once again, kind of like, okay, there's things happening. So
He kind of leans down, kisses you on the cheek. We'll still have our flight later.
Okay. Thank you.
And he
then
will.
Zio...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Halitus will just point out to you guys where rooms are to sleep. Obviously people use a lot of kits. Whistle and Dolores specifically looking pretty damn hurt. So he'll point out to where you guys can sleep. And then he exits the scene. So it's you four and then Uldiel and Reeves currently.
Zio's like writing the notes that Echinacea wants him to send Io, and then they started writing on this piece of paper, and it was like how you typically start normally, like we needed help with this, blah 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 blah, and then remembered like, oh, I should have probably like actually wrote like a greeting. So like in the tiny space on top of the paper, on top of the message, they're like, hey sis, I know it's been a minute. I would do ascending, but right now I don't want to use up my resources, but I promise I want to talk to you. I love you very much. I hope you're safe. Please let me know if everything's okay with you and Declan. Also, I know you're where his mom is, and I want to know if Lucian is okay too. But just prattling on, and it gets smaller and smaller because like the space is getting yeah, and then it's like the message about the enchanted, and so Zia will take the bookmark and do the little casting of the bookmark as
Perfect.
for Zio's. For them, it looks like the bookmark getting like swept up in a little whirlwind. And the pages, like him just sort of like giving the pages over and them just kind of into the nothing.
Love it.
Does it work through? Do the bookmarks work through planes of existence?
Button's like phenomenal.
Excellent question.
Let me look at the thing I made. We will confirm with that in a moment.
I think while everybody's
Yes.
been talking. Ooh.
No, go ahead, David.
Whistle would have kind of been like, after Zio mentioned that there was something kind of watching the doorway, Whistle would have been like casually kind of creeping up and standing closer to the doorway and trying to keep an eye out for anything that might be coming through.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Sure.
I'd say with.
I'm totally fine with him. Yeah, he's just in paranoid mode.
No, absolutely. With
What's your roll,
with Zio pointing stuff out, go ahead and roll with advantage. It's like saying like, oh, it came from here.
That's an 18. 17 plus 1.
Okay. Yeah, you hear wind constantly sort of moving through the space. You can feel your feet firmly on ground, but it still feels like you're floating. It's a very odd, like, jarring sensation initially. Like you're starting to become more and more accustomed to it, but standing within this plane is just wholly different. It's like when you're in really high altitude, like it kind of takes a couple tries to like catch your breath like fully and deeply. There's a lot of ambient sound. You hear what sounds like birds off in the distance, like higher pitched screeches, like large wing flaps, and even further off in the distance, you hear this very loud, just like crack of thunder and strike of lightning, just almost sounding like a hammer to anvil. It's repetitive and rhythmic, and just the thunder is the hit and the lightning is the resonance, right? It's in very quick succession, but nothing directly in front of you. And Nikolai, sort of right above your hand, you see his grab the wind wraith and sort of move next to you, just to offer you company in this moment. And
yeah, Whistle's just kind of, I think, paranoid at the moment. Given everything and with all the sounds in an unfamiliar space, he is very distractedly listening to what the party is saying, as he's kind of constantly like checking every sound. He's peeking over to the door, and I think he's just going to kind of position himself closer to the door, as he's just posting up and preparing to guard.
Give me
that's his general demeanor.
Okay. I'd say as as Nikolai stands next to you, Whistle. Blah, blah, blah. His eyes have not left you. Please go ahead and give me an insight check.
Sure. It's cocked. It's cocked on the 3 and the 19.
It's cocked. It's cocked.
And I went to a 1.
Damn.
I think I got a hero point earlier this session, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You have an inspiration point. You can use it if you like.
All right, I'm gonna use it.
Okay.
I'm using it. Okay. Well, you said insight.
I did.
I used it. So 6 plus 1 for 7. From 1 to a 6. So it's improvement.
It's definitely a face of concern.
Mm-hmm.
And given the paranoia, it's hard to unpack the context of that, or like to really dig into what you think Nikolai is thinking about or weighing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I say it's not even registering to Whistle at the moment to really even check in.
Yeah.
He's still paranoid panic, but trying to keep it together. So he's just posted up and kind of glancing around, just yeah.
Okay. Understood. Makes sense. But yeah, you're standing firm, and I will let you know if anything does become pressing. And given the verbiage posted, the message does go through the bookmark, so it does get sent to IO. Yeah, you guys kind of all sit in this space, feeling pulled in very different directions. Echinacea sort of seeped in that sadness and paranoia. Whistle contending with that paranoia. Zio being pulled between the joy and the excitement of being in this plane of existence again, with the weight of what's happened. Dolores eager to return home, eager to get her lick back. But yeah, you all sit and eat dinner. Anything else before you guys go ahead?
While we're waiting for Io's response, and not knowing whether or not we will get one, understanding that time is moving differently here, I think Echinacea is just going to join Whistle at the window. You didn't look... What did they do to you?
Bound against the wall. Manacled in an anti-magic cell. Soren was there.
What?
Soren. She was, my interrogator.
She married you two. What?
It seems that her allegiances are not what they seemed. Or rather, maybe it's me that's the problem. She levied my crimes against her and a few others. Her betrayal was jarring, but I can't help but feel that perhaps it was justified.
I can't speak to her experience, but I've never been one for punitive justice for anyone. And that includes you, Whistle. You've been walking a path of protection, a path to heal, a path to save. They look at the ghostly form of Nikolai. And if anyone cannot see that, I believe they are looking in bad faith.
I think with that said, I just want to expand further on what was described to you, David. Nikolai kind of looks down and just sort of kind of makes a very solemn nod as Echinacea is saying this. Not meaning to interrupt, just want to expand on what was presented earlier. Go ahead.
Thank you for saying that. I just killed people. I've done things that can't be undone. And while I want to believe that I'm changing, can I say to someone like Soren,
That moment, whistle rings in your mind.
Mhm.
You boarded a ship at the order of Isradon. You walk to the captain's quarters. The rain was hard, torrential. You knew that the captain was getting drunk below deck, and his mage apprentice, your target, Soren's father, sat ensuring that wards were being placed on the ship for protection. How did you approach him?
At this point in his life, Whistle was very much like a cold-blooded killer.
Yep.
I think this guy didn't even know Whistle was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
As Whistle, without much hesitation, just walks up right behind him. And as he's casting his spell, just maybe as there's just like a little pop or a little crackle of a spark of magic, that just enough to cause him to blink. That was the moment where a hand axe, a hatchet, is just whistling through the air, catches him in the throat, and Whistle, puts him down. And since the wards are still down, the captain was the target.
No,
This guy-
the mage that you just killed was the target.
The mage was
Yep.
mage was the kill was the target. Yeah.
And yeah, given the revelry, you were
Yeah.
informed to strike when this crew's latest job was done, as they're known for raucous celebration.
Mm.
This mage, Soren's father, being the only
Yeah.
individual above deck.
Yeah, I think at some point during the celebration, Whistle's been there for hours. Like,
Yeah.
he's been hiding in the crow's nest, just kind of crouched down in a cloak, waiting for this moment after all the revelry is past. And yeah, he just kind of acrobated his way down, landed silently, and walked up behind the guy before he even knew.
Yeah.
And Whistle, at this point, is, I think, describing all of this out loud in much better detail than David is for Nikolai and Echinacea. And it's clear that he remembers it.
orders are
I'm
one thing.
sorry.
I can't use orders as an excuse.
I have never heard you use orders as an excuse. What I've heard from you is that you want to make amends, that you wish to walk a new path. Conversations can be had about what to do in apology and in recompense. But if someone wants to lock you away forever, I will never agree with them. I will never agree with anyone who wants to lock someone away forever, even the creature trapped within this world. I do not want to remain trapped there. I wish to find a way forward in which imprisonment is not the answer to what to do for a soul that has done wrong.
I think Whistle, looks back to you, and he's got tears in his eyes. He's got, the single tear kind of coming down his face.
Sounds like the right way.
You didn't kill anyone today. You ran in, and make no mistake, I'm not happy that happened. But you ran in to save someone who was going to be locked away. And when you ran in to save that person, you did not cut down those in front of you. You did not waste their lives. I believe in you, Whistle Vorkoda.
Whistle hears the words, and he wants, I think they're deep down inside of him, he wants to believe Echinacea. And I think for the most part he does. And I think just as he's about to thank them, he thinks back to just after the train on the platform when the two briefly argued. And just recalling coming face to face with the fact that there are some things still that Echinacea doesn't know is right or wrong. I think he's in this paranoid state with everything going on. He can't help it. That moment still plays back for him again as he's about to thank them. And he kind of stops. And
I've got to think about.
You don't have to believe in you, and you don't have to believe in me. Just know that I believe in you.
yeah, I think Whistle will kind of give them a nod, maybe a little shoulder bump. But he contemplates a lot right now.
Sure.
I don't think he really touches the food that was made either. Despite his injuries and everything, between the paranoia and everything, I think it's sitting there getting cold next to him.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think Whistle and Echinacea, you kind of fall into that uncomfortable silence, standing next to each other. Zio and Dolores, anything else from you two before we go to break? Still no word from Io yet.
I think Zio waits just long enough for Io's response before realizing that it's probably not going to come anytime soon, and then they kind of quietly pick up and start heading in the direction of where that Omni went.
As you approach, you just hear that one voice echo into 2, into 3, into 4, into 5, into 6, delicately singing, "Home. Take you home. Stand strong. Sky sought. the voice almost surrounding you, each word coming from a different individual. And for a moment, for a brief glimpse, you see the wind and clouds shift around you and create a mirage, an image. Still looks like the elemental plane of air. A vast array of clouds and blue sky surrounding you, but you see a stone platform. This large, circular stone gate. In front of it is a dais. For a moment, for a split second, you can see Mother's heart behind it.
Zio keeps walking forward. I think they're sort of entranced by this.
Yeah. And you feel as one of these Sylphies, one of these greater Omine, grab your hands very gently and start to fly with you, lifting you up like the cute little winged rabbit like Omine would do on the material plane. They sort of grab your hand and gently guide you. You feel the feathers on your head begin to flex and almost respond to their frequencies. There's a sense of peace. A scale is perfectly balanced in this moment as you follow this very inviting song. Okay. Dolores, what about you? I'm leaving.
I think she has a couple of drinks and she goes to bed. Or lays down.
Yeah.
It's been a long night. She didn't get much sleep. She might patch herself up.
Yeah.
Maybe make out like some sketches or some plans as like for memory, trying to make a map while it's still fresh of what she saw.
Okay, I'll say give me a history check for that.
Okay.
Just to see what you get here.
A 19.
The spaces that you stood in, you're hyper-focusing on them right now, right? Like you are, physically you're in the elemental plane of air. Mentally, you have not left that space. You're thinking about every corner, every room that you were placed in, every flank that an Arcanum agent or a Forge Guard sort of moved around. You're able to pretty confidently make a very crude layout of where you were and where you had escaped. As you kind of drink yourself into unconscious, your head hits the pillow and you just hear the rattling of chains. And we're gonna go to break. All right. Just a normal session of care to you guys. Excellently done. I want to give
James.
Button and David, I want to give you guys an inspiration point for that conversation between Whistle and Echinacea. Very, very nicely done. We will pick up with everybody when we get back. All right. We will see you guys in 10. Bye.
Goodbye. See you soon.
One fateful day, the fairy Lazuli fell through a rift between the Feywild and the material plane of Eosha. The amnesiac child was adopted by the reclusive silver dragon Ishor, eventually being gifted a dragon mark and becoming his scout. Over the course of a decade, Lazuli's prowess on scouting missions has helped Ishor grow his hoard of magical items and historical relics. Lazuli's life would change forever during one such scouting mission when she found herself racing 5 opponents to obtain a primordial current orb. Another, Zeo, won the race, consuming the orb just before the Mage's Arcanum members arrived to take the assembled orb seekers into custody. However, they never reached the Arcanum. Rescued from custody by Sir and Echinacea, the group, now known as the Fated, took shape. Charged by Ishor with the investigation of the Preservium, a corrupt guild trafficking in items of power, Lazuli traveled into Driften with the Fated. There, Lazuli encountered the River King Uramil, Fey King of the Summer Court. Uramil revealed knowledge of Lazuli's parents, Lapis and Aura Isledale, as well as Lazuli's miraculous conception via Feywild Wellspring. During this time, Lazuli found herself smitten with Sir's distant relation, Captain Richter Oliphant, a valiant hero who saved those unlawfully imprisoned by the Arcanum. It would only be later revealed that Lazuli's father, Lapis, was among those saved by Richter from the Arcanum's clutches. Finding her insecurities preyed upon by the death hag Viola during this time, Lazuli was convinced to make a pact. Lazuli would be given powers provided she continued to develop her bargain. Otherwise, she would suffer the notice of the Evil Eye. Only now is Lazuli realizing that this refers to the evil god of the unallied pantheon, Ruin's Eye. Things came to a head at the Preservium's Gala of Innovation. Lazuli learned that the Preservium leader, Gale Umbridge, was formerly Ishor's scout, and that the dragon mark gifted to Lazuli by Ishor was originally meant for Gale. Worse, Ishor founded the Preservium. Lazuli also met Nivian's former employer, Dr. Satosh of the Sunwall Academy, who gifted her a vial of the death hag Viola's ichor. Much came to pass at the gala. Lazuli and Richter shared their first kiss. Lazuli adopted Echinacea as her sibling, and perhaps most notably, Lazuli caught her first glimpse of her father during the exhibition. The next day, Lazuli reunited with Lapis, who now travels with the Fated. On the path to reuniting with her mother, Aura, Lazuli found herself in the midst of a combat that felt too great to surmount. In that moment, she made a choice to deepen her pact with the death hag Viola. Drinking the ichor gifted to her by Dr. Satosh, Lazuli became a warlock. The deepening of this pact revealed a terrible truth. The death hag who holds her pact is none other than Elizabeth Whitmore, beloved of Sir, and twin of the Fated's ally, Lucian Whitmore. Through the trials of reuniting with her mother, navigating the pains of joining 2 families into one, learning that Ishor faces a draconic tribunal for crimes against 5 dragon eggs, resurrecting Echinacea and Whistle, transforming into a witch of the Ith, Lazuli has refused to kill, knowing that death will feed her pact keeper, Elizabeth. We find Lazuli delving into the Saiva home catacombs. There, she meets Inara, the Ruin's Eye devotee who took Lazuli's family from her. Defying Inara's attempts at corrupting her, Lazuli resisted taking a sliver of divinity for her own and left Inara alive. Lazuli herself was not so lucky, dying by Lord Tarvish's hand during combat with Whistle's former captain, Isrudon. In death, she was confronted by Elizabeth's rage at not being fed. Now, after being brought back by Echinacea, Lazuli finds herself feeling above the state of death. Elizabeth awaits on the horizon, a threat to outwit. A fairy's work is never done.
Born in the Scorched Isles, Zio Marino grew up in the comfort of a loving family, only tangentially understanding the meaning of conflict. As with most young folks of the Scorched Isles, When they came of age, they traveled to the mainland of Tolesh, seeking purpose and knowledge to return to the Isles with. It was there that Zio joined forces with the Bright Fury Guild. Not long after, a mysterious voice spoke to Zio, and believing this to be his purpose, a pact was struck with the entity Isterus. Isterus sought a primordial orb, a rare object tied to the primordial current, a source of power which harnesses the sea of raw materials swirling in the plane of the elemental chaos. Zio found the orb first, beating several others, including Lazuli and Nivian, in their own pursuits of the artifact. Finding the first orb was only the beginning, tying his path to the companions they now call family, the Fated. In their travels, they have come to learn more of Isterus, a Famar Earth primordial, as well as the Union of the Tranquil. As creators of the primordial current, a centuries-long battle wages against the factions of the natural order: earth, wind, fire, and water. Isterus's dark influence and manipulations were revealed to Zio through the wisdom of Halitus, the Vacron Air primordial member of the Tranquil. Seeking out more primordial current orbs, Zio found themselves contending against Wit and Alma, the avatars of Coletra and Glacia respectively, the Union of the Tranquil's fire and water contingents. These chosen warriors who seek to destroy the primordial current believe that no one should harness its power. Halitus believes the current should not be destroyed, but rather shared with the world. Zio aims to understand the primordial current. It is during these times that Zio learns Isterus' goal of vengeance against Sunwall, wanting the current for himself. Zio severed his warlock pact with Isterus, unwilling to follow the morals of an entity that seeks retribution and destruction. After the severing of this pact, Zio, in their weakened state, fell victim to necrotic energies that, without the strength provided by Isterus, killed them outright. Thankfully, Zio was revived by the party's healer Echinacea. Despite this setback, Zio has managed to obtain 2 more primordial current orbs from under the noses of Wit and Alma. Following Zio's death and resurrection, Halitus awakens Zio's primordial soul powers, revealing them to be a descendant of Vacron heritage and a sorcerer by birthright. After learning that his body could only absorb a set number of orbs before absorbing him into the primordial current, Zio grappled with their desire to continue collecting this power. In order to convince Coletra and Glacia not to destroy the current, they initially believed they would need every boon they could get. However, over the course of a conversation with Ishror, a silver dragon and Lazuli's adoptive father, Zio found themselves rejecting their impulse to consume any more primordial current orbs. Upon meeting the spirit caller Isandro, Zio found himself drawn to the practice of communing with the Amine spirits of Ayosha, and drawn to the practitioner himself. Throughout their travels, Zio has begun to train as a spirit caller in their own right, navigating an uneasy alliance with Wit, a deepening of animosity with Alma, and a newfound connection to the natural world. Zio travels the corners of Tolesh with his fated companions, seeking an understanding of the current, its place in the balance, and any thread that will allow him to heal the pain the primordial current has caused.
You
Are
are
we back? Hello,
silent
we're
for us,
back.
Alec.
Hello. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Are we on?
Are we live?
Yeah, we are live.
We're live.
Okay. We're about to. What are we doing? We're about to get into. Alec, your mic okay? Alec might be having some
It
technical.
was
difficulties.
just okay.
It was
Anyway,
just
so
okay.
hi guys.
is-
Can I?
Oh,
whoa!
Oh,
there!
I saw a green box.
Mhm.
Put it in your mouth again. That's
Ah.
yeah. See there. It
Clip
seems
it!
to
Clip
work.
it! Clip it!
No, don't
Somebody
clip
clip
it. Don't clip it.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
you're
good.
working. It's working now.
I'm back.
Hey.
Hey guys. Yeah, so crazy, right? We just me.
That's as far as I got too.
Just me swallowing pipe. Anyway,
Flip it.
That's so titty, Alec.
That's
so Dolores has gone to sleep. Whistle and Echinacea are fighting their demons, standing in a doorway, and Zio is sneaking off, following the lead of these greater Omine, and we are going to stick with Zio for a minute here. You... So, what's going through your mind, pal? Floating along.
I think Zio is just kind of quietly following this and allowing themselves to be led. It's not. I think it's only until just recently that they've taken a more submissive approach to. I didn't take it there.
I didn't say submissive. You did.
But a more reserved approach.
Yes.
You like that
Yeah.
one better?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Reserved allows me not to be a fucking idiot. Yeah.
I was being good.
I'm the problem.
You're the
It's not you.
problem.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead. You're being more reserved,
But
more submissive. in
More
regards to-
reserved. Yeah, in regards to their curiosity.
Yeah,
I
sure.
would say.
Yep.
They've allowed themselves. There's been a lot of situations over the last few days where they have not indulged
Yeah.
into that curiosity. They have had to put it to the side because there are other things that were of more importance, and they did not want to kind of distract from their goals.
Yeah.
But in this situation, I think it got to the point where the energy of the elemental plane of air already had been so strong in its
It's so
pull.
enticing, right? Like it's so enchanting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so they allow themselves to be led. And knowing that this is an Omine, like
A
also
grouping,
a greater,
yeah. Six greater Omine.
yes. Knowing that these are Omine, regardless of whether they're greater Omine or not, Zio still has a responsibilities as a spirit caller.
Yeah.
And so they follow through, but they do feel the beating of their heart. It's almost like when you're aware of blinking, when you're aware of every single breath that you take, it's they're becoming aware of the beating of their heart as they move and float essentially alongside these Omine. Uh-oh, you're muted. Are you silent or were you silenced? You're back, I think. No, you went quiet again.
You quiet again.
Mhm.
Yeah, buddy. Nope. Didn't hear your cry. Deep throat it.
Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome in, Raiders. You're just about to see We'll see what happens. Oh no, GM's mic. Yeah, coming in.
Thank you so much, Eldrick Podblast. What a cool name. I love that. Our GM is having mic issues, so we are just taking a moment. I do hear the sound tail bobbing up and down like it's a party.
The remix. Don't worry. Be happy.
Alec, we can hear you now, I think. Can you talk?
No.
Oh, you're
No,
so
I lied.
quiet.
Jesus.
We're picking
Wow.
you up, but the audio's not coming through.
What about now?
That's very peculiar. And now Soundtail's dead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Soundtail's coming back, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know what it
Hello.
was. I think it was just an odd positioning thing with my microphone. I need to get my mic fixed. Sorry about that. Zio. Yeah, you're incredibly pulled in. And again, thank you, Raiders. Hello, welcome in. You are moving about this space, and you're being told, stand firm, Sky Sod. Mind your station, your purpose. All said with smiles. Like, give me an insight check here.
Yeah. I think Zio, the moment that they hear that, Zio is looking at this greater Amine with a look of confusion. That is an 18 on the die with 8, so 26 for insight. And they are looking at this Amine and just say, "What do you mean, my station, my purpose? And am I supposed to know what that is?"
You see as these Amine look at each other like, well, surely they should know. Almost like why are you asking us? That seems odd. And they just kind of look at you and nod, Sky Sod. And they point to your horns. More particularly, they point to the wings under your horns. And they continue to lead you. Deeper into that 26 to the initial insight check, there is like a deep well of excitement in finding you and an eagerness to bring you to the destination that you are currently being ferried.
What does that mean? What does Skysop mean? I'm not really sure what it is that you're saying. I'm sorry. Was I? You're mentioning this. You're pointing at this.
You
What does this have to
mind
do
the
with-
gate.
What?
You are the bridge between our planes.
The plane of air.
And this gate. And looking around you, you are far off. The wind streams that have carried you pretty far here. So you're no longer within the confines of this structure that's been built by Halitus. And you see, similar to that mirage created by clouds, a stone structure amidst the clouds, similar in construction to Halitus' creation. You see a dais in front of it, a bowl with primordial sigildry etched inside, and in front of that dais you see a circle. But you don't see the images that you saw before in that illusion. It seems like, give me an Arcana check.
Oh, we'll see. Oh, no, that fell off. Got that 17 on the die, plus 1, so an 18.
There is a powerful magic here. And as you get closer and closer, Zio, You feel that same resonance in in those feathers underneath your horns. You feel the magic within you begin to swirl and begin to pull closer toward this dais. And as you approach, you see something here. Built in this bowl, as you approach, you just hear a mechanized as from the stone a pillar begins to erupt. And from it, a scale is formed. The Sylphies look very excitedly. You tend the gate.
Okay, it's been really nice to meet you. But also, I'm not really sure what responsibilities it is that you're telling me that I'm supposed to take. I'm not supposed to stay here. There's stuff that I gotta go deal with. Thank you so much. I don't know what your names are.
Almost pleading. One of them grabs your hands, cupping them, and just pokes your chest. Skysalt. Like almost frustrated that they're not getting their point across, right? There is a gap in communication here. That much is true. And they just point to one of your feathers, and they point to your chest. Skysalt. Points on the other side where the circle is open. Home. Your home.
The Isles.
They start to nod excitedly. Isles. Home.
Do you want me to open? I don't know.
Only you can open.
But why?
One of them, this is the most playful and the biggest of the group, just kind of sighs because she's about to say Skysalt again. She says, Skysalt. Purpose. Balance.
Look, all of you
She sits
are
like,
very... Yeah, it's like all of you
I got 3 words.
That's all I got.
All of you are very lovely.
Vocab
And
small.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I also, to be completely honest, I'm not understanding what you're saying. The more that you say a word does not mean that I will finally understand. So
Zio. They're saying you're the one to mind the gate.
Who's saying this? No.
You look behind you to see Halitus.
Oh. Halitus. What is happening? They kidnapped me.
You followed.
Well, yes, I did follow them.
You see these Sylphies look really offended by the notion of kidnap. Like,
no, I'm sorry. I'm just full of bad jokes today. I'm also. It feels. I feel this energy, like this. Like it was meant to be here, and when we first arrived, I just felt it. Everything coming out of me, screaming, and it doesn't feel right that I want to enjoy every breath of air, every gust and gale, because everyone else is in so much peril and feeling like everything is just falling apart, and yet I'm being brought here, and I don't know.
The people who love you would not want to keep a happiness like this from you.
It seems badly timed. I guess it's more so my concerns.
There's never a perfect time for anything. There will always be surprises. But that doesn't mean we leave the good when it finds us. See, you're a bridge between worlds.
It feels like a very big responsibility.
It is. These gates, he looks and encircles the one that you're standing in front of. They're all across the elemental plane of air. And they connect to the material plane. They've been dormant for a very long time, keeping our worlds separate. Do you trust me?
Explicitly.
Take a feather from your head and place it in that scale.
And Zio, when that's mentioned to them, I think in this moment, while being, if you allow me,
Please.
Alec,
Yeah.
being in this place, in this landscape, for a better word, of this elemental natural state of being, them being of Vacron heritage, I think Zio, the more that they were in the vicinity of the greater Omni and of this plane of existence, they've, without even realizing, they've become more and more Vacron-like.
Absolutely. That's totally up to you. What does that change look like?
Yeah. Their face is still Zio's, and their horns are still Zio's, although they are a little bit longer. The tips still ombreing from that pinkish magenta down to the blue. But those feathers in their brow have extended out and sort of sweep like behind them and have been floating around with the wind. And the moment that Zio brings a hand up, they feel it. And then they bring the other one and they feel it as well. And when they bring both hands out, they look at their hands, and their hands now have changed to look bird-like in appearance as well. Just claws, and more of that sort of like scaly type of bird-like appearance, kind of similar to the harpy. And the feathers in their in their forearms have also extended out, and the tips of these white feathers have also changed to have a little bit of flat like a bluish purplish kind of ombre at the tip, from like the white down to that. And so they're just shocked for a moment before they pluck a feather out, and they bring it forward, and it's long and beautiful, like a quill, but just like a pin that just sort of extends out like a quail, almost like long feather. And looking at Halitus and trusting Halitus in that moment, they'll set the feather down on the scale.
And you see as the scale tips out of balance, the feather weighing it down. Halitus looks. It also needs a part of you. The thing most tied to your soul. Your blood. Just a drop.
Okay. On the other
Yes.
scale? Okay. And then Zio will kind of calmly walk over. And as they do, they pass the Scrida Amine and
They're all sitting in line, just kind of clapping their hands together and like excitedly watching this all unfold. It becomes more and more clear that they have been waiting for so long.
Yeah. And Zio's kind of giving them all kind of like a nervous nods as they do.
You're getting like
they reach the other scale and they will they'll let me see what to use. Yeah, I think they'll just not even using anything. I think Zio will raise a finger up to their horn and pierce, like press down hard because they're sharp, but they're not like incredibly sharp. But they allow themselves to feel that pain and to just really break through the skin. Before bringing the finger up and squeezing a drop of their blood on the other scale.
As it hits the other bowl, the scale becomes balanced. You hear a fizzle as both the feather and your primordial soul blood ignites into this beautiful tealy blue flame, and it's striking as you look at this scale, as it's almost a perfect replication of the Bright Fury Guild insignia. Looking back at you kindly as this gate begins to encircle, as wind streams begin to pour into it. And beyond that, you see as wind streams shoot out from it, seemingly connecting to gates around this elemental plane of air. And as you look forward, you see Mother's Heart. Home. The isle that you've been looking for. Coming back to in memory. And at the moment, this barren area of dull trees are under attack. Elemental beings of fire and ice.
Oh. And so what I'm seeing right in front of me is further forward from this gate.
It's through
It's like through the gate. It's just like the barren
yeah,
like
so
a barren landscape.
Let me give you
I have an idea what it is. I'm assuming this is the area on the volcano.
This is the area on the volcano. Yes. I'll give you an inspiration point for that, because yeah, you know that.
That has been touched by the Shadowfell Rift.
Yes.
Okay. And so there's creatures of fire and ice.
Elemental creatures. And further off in the distance, you see the armed protectors of the Isle. Your father, Iolus, leading the charge, ready to meet these enemies at his doorstep.
That's my father. That's my dad. Halitus.
I see him.
Like Zio is just like it's like on a pin, just like a hanging on, like their feathers just sort of fluttering with not with that smooth wind, but now just so nervous and crackling with the emotion. Can I cross? What should I do?
You can cross, but it may not be wise to do it alone. He looks back to the structure where your friends are.
I can't force them. I can't. There's.
And you wouldn't force them. You would ask them.
I would ask them, yes. Of course.
Come with me.
It's them. It's Glacia and Coletra, isn't it? This is happening already.
This is just a small move in their larger game. But it's happening.
Okay.
Halitus is in his elemental form and offers his back to you as you fly forward, and will cut back to the temple, the space that has been made for everybody. And you take an inspiration point.
Ooh.
Oh.
So guys, how's it going at the house?
I think
Dolores
Button,
is asleep.
Button, if you're cool with it, Whistle probably needs to sleep too.
Yeah, I don't think Echinacea keeps Whistle.
Okay. Yeah, Whistle would have gone to sleep.
Okay. Echinacea.
He is hurt.
Yeah. Okay. And time does move differently. Dolores and Whistle take a long rest. You guys are experiencing material plane time. So 2 hours here is 8 hours on the material plane.
Joe.
Echinacea.
Yeah.
Is there anything you're doing here in the meanwhile? You don't need to sleep. You can't sleep. Elf.
Echinacea can sleep. They're an Aasimar.
Oh yeah.
But they don't sleep. They set about writing letters, writing to Thandoril, writing to Lorien, writing to Casimir. They look at the page upon which they're going to write to Kaelin, just to update everyone, to let them know for certain that we escaped, that we are on the elemental plane of air. And as they look at this sheet that says, "Dearest Kaelin," they didn't express it to Whistle, because they love Whistle and they see that Whistle is struggling and they want to do nothing but encourage Whistle.
Mm-hmm.
They are so angry. They are so angry that immediately after warning Whistle of the might and the willingness to do harm that the Arcanum is capable of, Whistle attacked Arcanum agents and thereby opened him up to a legitimate case against himself. They're angry with Kaelin for following suit. They are angry at themselves that they did not notice that they were being followed, that their actions and their words were being documented by these mages. They are angry at themselves for putting aside their own needs in order to chase the soul-forged prophecy, that they did not seek out the entity who might have their memories, even though they had gotten glimpses and hints that that would be the case in Drukamesh, and that they could have worked to care for themselves, but they didn't. So in their mind palace, this land of pages, upon whom ink is being slowly written as Echinacea regains their lost memories. Echinacea strides with fury into a space that is completely blank. Memories that they have not gotten back yet, because they have not pursued them. Because they pursued saving Lazuli from her hag pact, bringing Nikolai back into his body, chasing the Amine, before that chasing the orbs for Zio. And as Echinacea stands in their mind palace, this land of blank pages upon whom there were once worlds of text, a literal centuries of lifetime lived that they can no longer remember. In their fury, Echinacea looks to Aedwulf.
Aedwulf
Can we do
stands.
something?
Yeah, just to in their humanoid form, the shadow connecting the two of you on the ground. No roll required. That anger is shared. Aedwulf moves forward and just grabs Echinacea's hands, looks down. I don't know why he didn't listen to you. He should have. And Kalen. He was there. On day one where you broke him out. Nivian out.
Arcanum would have done it to him. Echinacea is feeling that same fury. The Arcanum had Kalen Vryn in hand, and if I hadn't been there that day, they would have had a Prince of Zendrix in their clutches, and who knows what they would have done with him. We know that they are starting a war. On Tolesh, between Drifton and Shenthier, we know that they mean nothing but ill to the people of this world, for their own fucking gain.
I'm so sorry. They should have listened to you. And you have every right to be angry.
There are many should-haves and could-haves. But what we face now is an Arcanum bent toward our imprisonment. I will not go back there.
I won't let you go back there. I will not let them take you.
Echinacea takes Aedwulf's hands. Would you like to go somewhere with me for a minute?
Anywhere, partner.
They look down at the note. They're going to write to Kalen, and they just need a minute.
Yeah, I think...
They're thinking of Kalen. So Echinacea banishes themselves to the astral sea. And surrounded by the stars where they have danced only with Kalen, to their memory at least. Echinacea swings their arm wide, furious. This is our sea of stars and sorrows, and we get to yell for 1 minute. So will you scream into the void with me?
I quite literally thought you would never ask.
And there is just screeching into the dark.
Aedwulf, I mean, it starts as... They teleported, or they banished into the elemental, or the astral sea with you in their humanoid form, but very quickly, upon being asked to scream, shifted into their large wolf form and just howls. Howls outwardly as you stand atop these red stars, similar to the dance that you shared with Kalen. The two of you in this shared frustration and anxiety and fear and sadness latch to one another.
They hold his hand and they scream, and their tears, as they scream, sparkle off of their face and fly outward into space to join the stars in the distance.
Eadwulf, after a certain, I'd say after about, 45 seconds, because you guys are only here for a minute.
Got a minute.
1 minute to grieve.
1 minute to grieve, but they scoop you onto their back and just begin to run. Running and howling, and there's a blend between the howl and the scream. And then you are back in that wordless room.
By the end of that minute, Echinacea had their wings flared wide, their tears now streaming behind them like their own celestial veil, phoenixes be damned. And as they appear back on the elemental plane of air, the two tumble into this tiny space, just translucent feathers akimbo, and fur, and they are both still howling.
Still howling. Eadwulf is curled around you in that large wolven form. You're just kind of splayed back, your wings kind of falling in that limp, like translucent look, kind of veiling him almost like a curtain as, the two of you cry, but...
Your mic gave up, yes. No.
Nope. Yeah.
Yeah, you're back.
You're back.
And if Zio returns, they find Echinacea and Eadwulf in a very odd puddle of just fur and feathers and tears and laughter and maybe a little howling still. Alec, are you talking? No. Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Kit-wise.
Say that again.
Dad? What are you at?
Look at you. You came back.
What are you at? What are you at?
Wreck.
What are you at kit-wise?
I'm pretty good because we had that.
Yeah, that's right. You did have that potion.
Yeah.
I'll say at this point,
And-
it was low activity, so you can take a short rest here.
Okay.
For
yeah.
floating forward. Floating forward. Drifting. But after about, I'll say probably like 40 minutes to an hour, Zio, you do return and you see Echinacea and Eadwulf probably still splayed out, just
screaming into
screaming into the open space. I think Dolores
I think
and Whistler
I think as they're coming into the structure, they hear the screaming, and so Zio starts moving faster, like flying faster, and Zio's like with Halitus. He's like, "What's happening? What's happening? Why is there screams?" And then just like zoom, like 120 feet every 6 seconds.
You're zooming. You zoom in to find them and to find that.
Yeah. Zio comes in on Echinacea and Eadwulf in this gust of wind that suddenly stops, that literally blows your hair and everything out. And it's like, "What's happening? What's going on?"
We go from an "oh" to an "ah," and they hold each other.
It's like Scooby-Doo when Shaggy and Scooby hold each other. So those
But it's
two-
actually Echinacea holding at a handle.
It's Wolf is Shaggy
Yeah.
in assistance. Yeah. But you guys reunite.
We're
and
okay.
There's a quick. It's clear to see that there is a lot of tension on Zio's face as Halitus is backing them. But first,
You're not okay.
yeah.
What happened?
And you will also notice the physical
There's-
differences
yeah.
in Zio's.
You're a bird.
Yeah, it's. I think it's the plane. I think it's everything that's happening right now. But also, I went in that direction. I followed the Amine. They took me to a gate. I opened the gate, and I saw the Isles. I saw my home. I saw Mother's Earth, and I saw my father, and they're fighting fire spirits, and they're fighting ice spirits, and I think Coletra and Glacia are making their move, and I don't know what to do right now. So I came over
We're
to see you
going.
guys.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
Have to get...
Yes, let's get them. Let's go.
Okay. As you scream out, Dolores.
Yeah. You scream, I scream, we all scream for ice cream? No, okay.
As you fall
Fair
into
enough.
slumber, you just feel this tension as a dream overtakes you. Rivers of blood, jagged, metallic blades jutting forward, chains pulling you taut. Content warning for some gore as they grip you so tightly that your skin breaks, bleeding from the midsection from the wrists. You look up to just see dark clouds. And all you want in this moment is to hit something as hard as you possibly can. A punch is not enough. What you need is the hot, wet squelch of blood coating your hands. And you wake up to hear the screams of Echinacea and Zio. As we pan over to Whistle. Whistle, we're in your brain. I love you. We transition over to the Mind Palace, where you and Nikolai are spending your time asleep. Where do you think Whistle is most comfortable? Is it is it Nikolai's apartment? Is it like what's
probably Nikolai's apartment.
Okay. So we'll say that the two of you are in bed. You're kind of paint a picture for what it looks like with Whistle in bed, attempting to find comfort.
I think Whistle is tossing and turning in his mind sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there is a bed,
There is.
if there's a bed, then Whistle is tossing and turning, just kind of replaying all these different scenes, replaying the argument with Echinacea on the train platform, replaying hearing the Magus Arcanum outside of the Sanguine Mask, or Crimson Mask. Am I in the wrong era?
The Crimson Mask, you were in the wrong era.
And
Right with you, buddy.
just replaying all those moments, and on that thing, you get in that state where you think like, oh, maybe I could have done this differently. I think Whistle's playing through those different scenarios. And then at the same time, everything is just kind of echoed by Soren's accusations.
Yeah.
All kind of underscored by it. So yeah, Whistle just can't sleep. Even in the Mind Palace, he just cannot find peace.
Nikolai is curled
I
at
think
your
he's I think he's drifting in and out of the Mind Palace, like in the bed. The sheets are wrapped around him, and then every now and then he blinks, and it's the chains in the cell wrapped around him, and he's just kind of going back and forth between the cell and Nikolai's apartment.
I get an inspiration point for that. That made me sad as shit, homie. All right, nicely
Drama.
done. Drama. But you feel Nikolai curled up at your side. You had a thought earlier. Is that what you want?
Whistle's like pacing and pulling at chains, and he says,
"What thought?"
You see as the door to the cell is opened, and Nikolai waving his hand over the chains, turning them into liquid, melting them to the floor, wrapping his arms around to hold you. You started to think that it might be better if you did this on your own.
That's not what I think. I know I can't. That's been proven. That's a fact. What I don't know is that I deserve to be here amongst the fated. After everything I've done to countless people, yourself included, Nick.
Don't let
How can I be allowed to walk a path that's when I haven't even atoned for the damage that I've done? How can I help others repair themselves if I'm still very broken?
So everyone's broken in their own way, and sometimes that damage is irreparable. And sometimes it isn't. You don't deserve to be alone. But I think seeking atonement is compassionate. I think that there are, much like with anyone, there are things that we can atone for. I think I just want you to know that, of course, I sort of squeezes the hand and plays with the ring that's on your finger. I love you. And they do too. And they're never going to ask you to leave.
Your love. You it's not misplaced?
Because I feel it. I don't want to deny how I feel for you. I don't think love can be misplaced, per se. You feel the feelings you have. It is what you do or choose not to do in the name of love that makes it dangerous sometimes. I suppose that's the question. What do we wish to do in the name of love? Because wherever you go, whatever it is you choose for yourself, for us, that is where I go. That is the road I follow.
No. I'm strong enough to walk this path. Not with the weight that I still have carried.
Kisses your forehead. I'm going to tell you what I should have told you in Lawith. I want you to do what is best for you, Whistle. Not what will best use your capabilities. Not what will etch your names into the annals of history. Not even what would bring me back. I want for you to be happy and to find happiness in whatever way you need. Because my love for you it has more to do with you than it does with me. So you tell me what you want and we will do it. I'm not saying right now. He's like very quickly like, not this second.
Yeah. Whistle starts thinking autistically like, okay, what can I do right now?
He's like, I'm locking in.
Yeah, Whistle's going to take Nikolai's hand, and I think the two of them, like, they walk out of the cell. I like the idea of them leaving, like, liquid metal footprints behind as they make their way through the doorway back to the bed.
Oh, that fucks.
Your Nick. To think.
He says that.
Yeah.
But he finally falls asleep.
And as you finally fall to a restful sleep and get the benefits of a long rest, Whistle! You hear your name screamed and you're immediately up back to action.
Yeah.
And
Oh no.
And with that, that's where we'll take our last break for tonight. We'll pick up with everybody coming together, and we'll see what happens. All right. Thank you, guys. We'll see you in about 10. And thank you again, Raiders. Love you. Mwah!
Thank you, Raiders.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
We will see you guys shortly.
Raiders, we love you.
Bye.
Stay to watch us fight. Echinacea came to consciousness kneeling before Magus Arcanum agents in the smoldering Kaelkirk streets. No memories remained in their skull, except one, their hand ripping the heart out of the Arcanum agent Valor. Echinacea was taken into custody by none other than Valor's husband, the notorious Casimir. After a month in solitary confinement, Casimir's intrusion into Echinacea's mind revealed that the false memory of killing Valor was planted by the Winter Court Fey Queen Coliata. Casimir uncovered a true memory hidden beneath the false one the night Echinacea met their husband, Lorien Belnades Larethian. Despite discovering Echinacea's innocence, the Arcanum refused to release them, keeping them locked in Casimir's tower. Until the day the Oracle of Aldengate revealed that Lorien did battle against Coliata upon the site of a Shadowfell rift over half a century ago. There, Lorien was defeated by the looming shadow Eadwulf. Eadwulf, an undead corruptor Corberay controlled by the Winter Fey Queen, consumed Lorien and turned him into the Vilderaven, a monster sworn to hunt the line of Larethian to extinction. The Oracle mercifully freed Echinacea after the revelation. Upon leaving the warded halls of the Arcanum, Echinacea learned that they are a fate touched of Minri, goddess of magic. With Minri, Echinacea crafted items of power called preludes, which grow based upon the chosen paths of the wearers. With time, Echinacea grew to love the fated, adopting Lazuli as their sister, advocating on Lucian Whitmore's behalf for restorative justice, befriending fellow Arcanum victim Monroe, and falling head over heels with the runaway Zendrixian prince Kaelin Vryn. With luck, Echinacea learned that they are bound to a phoenix, allowing the wizard to cast primordial restoration magic. They use this to heal enemies and allies alike, eschewing death hags and the ruinous god Silence locked away in Aosha's core. With rage, Echinacea learned vital information. Coliata's mind is not her own. She is a victim, controlled by the cursed sword Rhyme, created by the deceptive god Kervaith. Braving the lands of eternal winter in northern Shenthyr, Echinacea finally faced the Vilderaven. In the midst of their battle, Echinacea offered Eadwulf a new pact. Join Echinacea and bring Kervaith to justice for all the suffering the god has caused. Eadwulf accepted, leaving Lorien free to recuperate, offering Kaelin the Vilderaven's mythic blade, the Song of Arvindor, and taking up residence in Echinacea's mind. Together, the two have braved many perils, closing a Shadowfell rift with the aid of Lucian Whitmore, recovering 50 years of memory with the help of another Corberay, meeting their brother, Dorlin, dying by Lord Harvish's hand, being brought back to life by Lazuli. With their life reclaimed, Echinacea got to work, reforging the Song of Arvindor into Kaelin's Oathblade Truthseeker, facing their deepest fears of imprisonment and loss of self in the Sivaholm catacombs, reuniting with their forgotten love and unwitting betrayer Thandrin, who remains bound in a pact to serve Kervaith, transforming into a seraph, freeing a goddess bound by the gods Silence, Kervaith, and Ruin's Eye. Echinacea now seeks to reclaim the rest of their memories, to save Coliata from Rhyme's influence, to free Thandoril from his pact, to close the rifts that scar Tolesh, to dismantle the Magus Arcanum, to confront Kervaith, to break the silence.
Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter, was born and raised among the Iron Legionnaires to be a soldier, a tool for conquest. A veteran of numerous campaigns against the Scorched Isles, Whistle earned the recognition of the draconic captain Isradon of the Alaric, a mighty Titan-class ship. Steadily climbing the ranks of the Alaric's crew and garnering a reputation for efficiency, Whistle was eventually charged to lead a covert mission. He was tasked with leading a team to steal a Divanthier tome from the famous Larwith Academy in Drukamesh. His life changed when on a mission, he was compromised by the only thing his grooming amongst the Legionnaires could never prepare him for. He fell in love. Whistle's budding affections for Nikolai, a Divanthier scholar at the Academy, blossomed into a romance that threatened his entire mission. Everything came to a head when Nikolai attempted to stop Whistle's team as they secured the Divanthier tome. Nikolai was shot by Whistle's ally, Lord Tarvish, and as he died in Whistle's arms, something miraculous happened. Nikolai's soul was imbued into a Divanthier dagger that the two men had bonded over during their brief time together. Since then, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaire objectives and his team from the Alaric mission, tricking Lord Tarvish into believing he had the Divanthier tome. Whistle sent his crew back to the Alaric. Now isolated from his former crew, he has dedicated himself to discovering a means of restoring Nikolai. After encountering the Fated and witnessing their crusade against the great evils that threaten the world, Whistle has found allies to aid him on the path to redemption and acceptance. It was not long before Whistle learned that he is the subject of a Divanthier prophecy, a leader destined to unite the Ally-born and save his love in the process. Unfortunately, the trick Whistle played on his Legionnaire crewmates only bought him so much time. After a failed attempt to retrieve the book by Viper's Hand mercenaries, Whistle's Alaric crewmates took matters into their own hands and attacked members of his new party. Whistle arrived in time to watch Lord Tarvish kill Echinacea. Falling back on his Legionnaire training, Whistle cleaved the gunman in twain without a word. Navigating the strife caused by using Nikolai to kill, Whistle set about seeking redemption. Having been crafted a prelude by Echinacea, seeking training from the Golden Dragon Helgon the Gildenfire and the Winter Court Knight Uldiel, Whistle found himself taking steps down the path of the Protector. In doing so, Whistle promised Zio that he will take the burden of killing upon himself should the need arise. Whistle's role as a protector found him ensnared in a deal with Isradon to claim a new lair on his captain's behalf. In an act of desperation, Whistle offered Isradon the abandoned keep Sivahome, the meeting place of the forces of the Eclipse of the Three, the vile gods Kervaith, Ruin's Eye, and the Silence known as Vaemir. In the Sivahome catacombs, Whistle the Protector came face to face with Whistle the Legionnaire. Suffering under the weight of his past, Whistle was forced to relive the choices that made him into a killer, until finally coming face to face with a cruel vision of his father. In that moment, the sight of Lazuli under attack broke Whistle free of the past. The Protector persevered, buoyed by the faith of his party and his love for Nikolai. Now, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaires and thus earned the ire of his former draconic master. Days after retreating from Sivahome, Whistle found himself confronted by the adult Red Dragon and the reconstituted Lord Tarvish. Battle quickly ensued, during which Whistle was felled by Lord Tarvish's hand. In death, Whistle found himself face to face with an endless field of weapons and a godly entity, an icon known as the Maiden of Blades. she affirmed that Whistle is a protector. When Lazuli came to bring Whistle back to life, he accepted, returning to lead his party through a harrowing escape from the dragon Isradon. Thus, Whistle's connection to the Iron Legionnaires was severed. For the first time in his life, Whistle is a free man.
Hello.
We are, the crew is now back together. Things are a little tense. I'll let the crew get it done while I get everything set up for potential fight.
These might be friendly elementals.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just hungry. Yeah. Whistle run into the. Are we just in the same meeting room? Probably.
You guys are in the
Yeah.
same room.
Yeah,
for
we're all
now.
kind of meet up there.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Zio and Echinacea walk in from the outside with Zio leading them in as they come all together. And Halitus is with us too.
Yep.
So, okay, same thing I told Echinacea. Let me start from the beginning. And then I'm assuming Whistle, Dolores, Reeves, and Oldiel are all there?
Everybody's here. Yep.
Okay.
Were Reeves and Oldiel in the same room?
Hey, yo!
Give me a perception check.
Can I
May
debate
I
for
also-
investigation?
You can, yes. Absolutely.
He's like, pause for double checking on our ship, please.
21 in perception.
21 perception.
14 plus 11.
So
for
25
25.
for investigation. Okay. Anybody else taking a peek-sies?
Zio's too stressed.
No, they did not come from the same room.
Boo.
Okay. Noted.
Damn it.
Noted.
I think Echinacea and Whistle exchange a disappointed look.
Yeah. Sure.
Damn.
So, let me start from the beginning. Remember how I said that I was hearing voices, or like the Amine was speaking to me, and then I mentioned something to Echinacea about. Anyways, so I followed the voice. It actually ended up being a greater Amine. I kind of like Kit, but not. More humanoid of sorts. Followed them, and they led me to this gate. They kept calling me this thing called a skysot. They kept saying it, skysot, skysot, skysot. And I didn't understand what they were saying. And every single time I asked, they were like, skysot. Like I was going to understand. I'm getting distracted. So I kept trying to tell them. I didn't understand what they were saying. Halitus showed up. He kind of explained things that it seems like I'm some form of bridge between here and the material plane. I don't know how that works, but I think it has to do with my background heritage. And then of course now you're all seeing that like Zio looks a lot more avian in appearance. And also just for fun fluffy flavor, their tail is still like the end is still like a fish, but there are like feathers sort of kind of like coming out of it. So I there was a big one, which was crazy considering with my connections to the Bright Fury and everything. I don't know, a coincidence maybe, who knows. I put a feather on one end, and I put a drop of my blood on the other end. What? And then the gate opened. I knew that was gonna get him!
With the
Halitus said it was gonna be fine.
Earlier, like, you dropped your what?
They kept saying, Sky Sod, and if I'm being completely honest with you all.
You're in the background nodding. They're like,
yeah. Are they here?
You can see them.
Oh, are they still?
And they're saying,
I didn't know that.
Skysod. They're still saying it.
They start talking. I'm like, oh, you're still here. Hi. Okay. They're still here. And then Zio's just.
They all wait to Echinacea. They can't see it.
Oh, I was waiting for the ravers, but yes, Echinacea waves in the wrong direction of like not at the Amine because they don't know where they are.
Welcome in, Raiders. Hello.
Hello, Raiders. And so Zio is just saying, from the moment that I arrived here, it feels right. It feels like I am in a place where I should be, where a part of me belongs here. So that's why it didn't feel scary to do that. And I trusted Halitus in his guidance in using my blood. And I did.
That is on me. Yeah.
Thinking of it now, maybe I should have been a little bit more wary about it, but I did, and it opened the door, to the aisles. And through the aisles, this gate leads right to the forest on the volcano. And I saw ice spirits and fire spirits, and they're fighting. They're aggressive, and I saw a group of people fighting them. My father was one of them.
Whistle, you go.
Kill Bill noises.
I think just kind of seeing Zio's distress, and after hearing about this, Whistle's gonna step forward and say, or look, like move to step forward, and then he's gonna pause, and then he's gonna kind of look over to Echinacea, like checking, like, yeah.
Echinacea is already in action, and you can see that they are aligned with you. They're pulling out the Ragmore machine out of their bag of holding, and they turn to Dolores and they say, Mother's heart, as we understand it, has a Shadowfell rift, and maybe helping close it could help you. I won't know until we try it, but this is the machine that motherfucker asked you to steal, and then that is a place where we could potentially help manage your wild surges.
Zio.
I know we were planning, or maybe there was a plan of something to... I don't know if we were planning to go back to Elkes, but this is happening now, and
Can you promise me we'll just talk about it? I know this is urgent, but later. I'll help it now. But I can't just leave it all behind.
Yes.
And then she shifts her enhancement to a glaive and just starts
Yeah.
Halitus, do you have any equipment, anything for Whistle and...
I do.
She could see her like heel pivot like.
I will say, not too dissimilar from Isterus. Halitus has a bit of a collection. So I will say, you guys can go search for a couple pieces of gear, armor, weapon if needed, and a couple magical items.
Okay.
If you want me
did
to,
you mean Ishroar?
What did I say?
Isterus.
Oh yeah,
You're like,
sure.
whoa.
Okay.
I haven't.
Do you want me? Would you like me to generate them?
That makes life easy.
I'll do that. Yes.
Yeah,
While
if you
they're
want,
hunting,
I can do a random generator if you want to.
I got it. We'll both do it. We'll see what we pull.
No.
We'll see what we pull.
No. I'm gonna.
I have a cloak of displacement that I can give to someone.
Okay.
Give it to Dolores.
So, cloak of
Looks like
displacement
me.
to Dolores.
Me. Thank you.
I have a cloak.
Yeah, you do have shit.
I have blur, and Alec has said that I can cast it on other people, so you will soon have a cloak of displacement. While Dolores is looking through everything, Echinacea will just follow her, helping look at the magical items. I think more Echinacea's aware that they don't know shit about armor, but they'll just say to her, "Once we are on the material plane, at whatever point you wish, I can teleport you back to Olkes. The issue is, I would be teleporting you into a governmental building.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the part that needs work. That's what I can do.
Right.
But there is at least a way back, and we can find more."
Oh, wait.
Plus, if we
I
can
don't have
get
armor right
Casimir.
now.
No.
Sorry, I just ran.
You're good. So, I'll say for armor, we've got scale mail, dwarven half plate, and then we have a +3 shield. Pretty good.
Tips. Lou, you cool with that?
Wait, what? Sorry, I was spacing out.
+3 shield.
Shield.
We have a dancing sword.
Okay.
I got one.
interesting.
You got one.
Dancing sword.
We also have there's a sunblade in here.
What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What is that?
Good.
Very
That's
good.
pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm sticking with Nick, but
Gosh.
Belt
Lou,
of
I don't know if you have a weapon better
belt
than a
of
sunblade.
belt of hill giant strength.
Ooh.
Hey, yo.
Oh. Lou? That
Yeah.
might be you too.
I'll take it.
Dolores, Hill Giant
Yeah.
Scream.
A ring of
Don't
A
Dolores.
monster.
a ring of the ram and a ring of protection.
Protection.
Protection's a +1 to AC?
Yes.
Yeah.
What does Ram do?
You create a spectral ram that shoves a target.
Yeah, if you're cool
Nice.
with me taking the ring, Lou.
Yeah, go for it.
All of these are attunement items, right?
Yes.
All right, let
I'm
me
good
just
with
see
mine.
though. Shield +3. What the hell is it under? Oh, there it is.
But that's the core of what you get. So we got shield, and for ease, if needed, there are like +2 or 3 weapons. But I will say you're able to get armor. There is no Ziggy hook, David. Is there a Ziggy hook in there?
Button, the Faded had the Ziggy hooks, didn't they?
Did I have it? I
'Cause we
thought
collected like
I know
3 of them.
Zio-
So I was
Did you
like, I
hand them out?
distributed them out.
Okay, then.
if
Yeah.
you distributed
One
them,
gone
then
for sure.
Echinacea will give you the Ziggy hook
Okay.
whistle.
Sweet.
Thank God.
All right. So is that everything?
Yeah.
Sorry. through the trees.
All right.
I think that's
So shield, plus there's like weaponry. I'd say each of you are able to get armor.
I'm not gonna use one because I need the Ziggy hook.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay armorless.
Bold. Okay.
Bold.
Hey,
Bold,
I
he
will
says.
say, with the +3 shield, hang on, and the ring of protection and my
I was gonna
dex
say
bonus,
you're probably fine.
I'm at
AC wise.
22.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Still at 17 armor class, but
I'll protect you.
Well, did you?
that's with everything equipped.
Okay. Alrighty. Understood.
I got 173 hit points. She's fine.
And your AC does go up when you rage. You get
yeah.
a +2 bonus to your AC, so it'll be 19.
Cute.
Okay, cute. So we do the quick the quick gear up montage with Halitus for temp gear. Anything else you guys want to do before you rip roar out of here? Head to the Scorched Isle.
A quick thing, Lou, you don't have any armor on the sheet that I'm seeing.
And
But
I
that's
don't.
good as a barbarian, though.
That's
right?
fine. I
Okay.
mean, she's not suffering any like
Yeah,
Just
you
making
can add
sure.
you have your unarmored bonus thing.
Yeah.
Whistle's just gonna switch clothes and stuff to whatever Halai says here. Probably just some like dark.
You're in that.
outfit.
There's that scene in the first season of Witcher where Geralt butchers those fucking guys in Blaviken.
Oh yeah,
Where
the
it's just like the black tunic, the black
black
pants, the
shirt.
black
Yeah,
boots.
yeah.
Be
Yeah.
still my beating
That's
heart.
it, buddy.
Whistle's gonna give Zio back the Islanders' clothes and say,
Sorry, I just, they don't quite fit.
You don't have to apologize. I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable and not in a bloody clothes.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you gonna be okay? My dad's gonna be there. But I can stick by you.
Zio's going to Whistle's going to at that point actually turn to you, Zio, and look at you like dead on in the eyes, and just say,
Zio. What happens between me and Iolus? That's between me and Iolus.
I know. This wasn't how I'd hoped to introduce you all back to him. Not in these circumstances. But thank you for fighting on our side.
Thank you for trusting me.
Of course.
I'm with you, Zio. Let's go.
All right. As you guys move forward, Zio, you do feel a magical ping from your bookmark.
Oh,
Io's
my
got it back to you.
bookmark. Yeah. Oh, I take out, and then they take out their bookmark and do their spell incantation to turn it on, as again like a little wisp of wind shows up, and with it comes the page, and they just snatch it from the air and quickly are just like.
I imagine
it.
everyone's moving as this is happening.
Mhm.
Okay. You guys are moving forward. Each of you able to fly of your own free will here in the elemental plane of air. Unlike you guys are just kind of moving through the space. Halitus is giving you guys a big boost as he's kind of flapping his wings behind you and just pushing you all forward. The first thing you read, Zio, you misspelled enhancement. And then she
That's
spells
crazy.
out ENHA, like spells out enhancement. No enchantments. Wrong. But
No enchantments. That's the thing that I. Oh, okay. So Zio reads it out loud, and it's like, you misspelled. It's wrong. That doesn't matter. And then just like, no enchantments. There's no enchantments. And looks over
Right.
to.
Echinacea.
Dolores. Do you want me to cast? Do you want me to cast Dispel Magic on you? Do you want me to just?
You are currently
Maybe.
looking at a trained gladiator running into battle.
Ah, fuck.
She is just like
Fuck yeah, dog.
glaive ready, like I'm flying, like like
This is like,
there's like
yeah.
the Pirates of the Caribbean music playing in her head. Dun, dun, dun. Why are we talking about words?
I don't
Aisha
know
is frantically
why.
flying behind her at too great a distance, going, "We are going to talk about this later."
Yeah, you guys.
I don't know why. All I'm seeing is magic from Marvel Rivals.
Oh my god, yeah,
Just
true.
like-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's so good. You read the rest of the letter kind of quickly, kind of cursory glance. Declan's good. He went home to see his mom. Lucian is good, if not an anxious wreck. And there's a specific line: he will not stop pacing the halls outside of my room and knocking on the door and checking on me. I think he's raising the pitch of his voice to seem non-threatening. He's kind of weird. And
Love
then,
him.
yeah. So, but
He's such a fucking goblin.
all is well. All is well in Iothalor. But you guys all arrive to the gate, and you see what Zio had described: a scale with now a tealy blue feather on one side and a tealy blue globule of blood as you approach, and it just opens up, and all of you see the Scorched Isle. Particularly, you all see the area known as Bildaguatu. And I need you all to roll initiative. Here is your map. The gate
Wow.
the
The
gate
average.
appears. I'm gonna say the gate. I'm gonna draw it out. Dink, donk, bink, bonk.
donk?
That
Dink
red,
donk.
that red rectangle. That is the gate. So you guys are coming out from this side. Gee, whistle. Boo! And moving in this way.
Excellent.
You can see what look to be the serpentine-like water elementals, and then these odd reptilian-like creatures, some in front made of pure magma and flame, and some in the back that look similar but are just pure ice and sea.
All right. Where do we see
I gotta move to the battle
Iolus?
map. Okay. You see Iolus up here. He's a cutie patootie. We'll zoom it in. Guys, say hi to Iolus.
Daddy!
There he is. He is currently leading the Coral
He's
Guard.
actually that big.
He's actually that big. Yeah, he's huge. He's leading the Coral Guard. He has his stone glaive sort of fanned out. As you see, he slams it into the ground, and like this liquid water sort of shifts aside from him as an echo moves in front of him.
Is he an Echo Knight?
He's an Echo
My
Knight.
dad.
My favorite.
He's an Echo Knight.
You are like Papa.
You are like
To
Papa.
Reeves.
So he has already got flanking, but you can hear Iolus as he's like, "On me! No invaders will be welcomed. No quarter."
What about us? Will
Yeah,
you
that's
do
not to
it?
you guys.
Sir. Sir.
Okay. So, all right. Daddy.
Papa.
You are like Papa. Okay. So the baddies. I should have rolled initiative in advance. I apologize. Okay. They have a 20 in initiative. Okay. NPCs. 15.
It's not bad. Stop making that face.
This will include,
Some of us.
This will include the Coral Guard, Iolus, and then Uldio and Reeves.
And Halitus?
Halitus is maintaining and protecting the gate. He is not joining you.
Fair. Okay. Damn.
Fine. He's like, this thing hasn't been open for hundreds of thousands of years. I'm not leaving it.
Fair.
Okay, so 25 to 20.
18.
No,
it was 16.
Okay, nobody 25 to 20? 20 to 15. I think I know what Lou got.
19.
19. Dolores? Okay.
17 for Whistle.
17 for Whistle.
Whistle got a 17.
Why?
Sorry, I was holding your cough bag. Okay.
Oh, you okay?
You didn't like my roll.
Yeah. 15 to 10.
12.
Angie, no.
Welcome home.
In the most dramatic way possible, Zio's gonna be the last one through the gate.
What'd you get, buddy?
I rolled what?
No.
+5.
Hey,
+5.
you got it out now.
6.
You got it out now.
That's
Exactly. Now,
fucking-
better now than.
Okay, so turn order.
Tragic.
Baddies. Dolores. Whistle. NPCs. Echinacea. Zio.
Mhm.
Sound good?
Yep.
Sound good?
Yeah.
All right. First up. The baddies. I just said it and I was like, who goes first? Sometimes I might be stupid.
You're smart.
No.
Help me, help me.
God, he's so far away.
Okay, so the Salamander Inferno Master.
Salamander Inferno Man.
I'm gonna go.
Hey, that's my gamer tag.
That's my guys. Stop doxing me. Is button eat glass,
What?
dude? How about that? Shoe bricks.
That's crazy.
Is going to, you know what? Inferno Blast on Iolus. So Iolus has to
Daddy!
Daddy
Papa!
has to make a dexterity saving throw, which he's incredibly good at, but he actually does fail, unfortunately. He's going to take 35 fire damage, and he is now burning.
Papa!
And so he needs to take, at the start of his next turn, he will take 5 persistent. And,
What are we playing? Pathfinder?
and he gains 1 level of exhaustion.
What?
Ouch. What?
Nasty.
Okay. And I will say that was this guy right here.
Fucking far away. Duly noted.
Dude, you're like, cool, I'll get there in 6 turns.
I'm a wizard, buddy. I don't have to get that close.
I'm a wizard, Harry.
Okay. This one is going to move here and begin to attack here. This guy's going to attack here. I'm just going to play with myself for a second, if you guys don't mind.
Whoa there.
Oh, natural 20.
Whoa.
That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, if you guys want to see me play with myself, I'll go ahead and drop my OF link, and then you guys can.
That's crazy.
Alec.
Alec. Down.
So you see
Down,
as
Alec.
this trident
Down.
goes over the head and stabs into this group of 5 to 6 coral guards, skewering one right in the stomach, still up,
Ooh.
but it's just
No.
They put
No.
their hand on their stomach.
No.
The other one does the exact same thing. Okay, cool. Then the water weirds
That's weird.
And weird.
are going to band together here, and they're
That's
going to
weird.
attempt to block off any aid. They fail. You see as the water begins to pull upward, attempting to make a wall of water. They just can't get on the same page, but they will move outward to meet you. 25.
Hello, boys.
How tall are they?
About 25 feet tall.
Okay.
Oh.
They're big.
How high up are we?
I'd say you guys are about. You're within eye line of them, so you're about 25 feet up from the water, the surface.
Okay.
Stop! I don't like it when you do that.
What?
Sound like you're gonna fucking win the fight really fast.
Oh.
I don't know, beat my ass?
What?
Okay, this guy's gonna pink. He's stuck in this little nook. He's like, okay, and these guys here are going to. This guy's gonna move right here. This guy's gonna move right here. This guy's gonna move right up here, and they're actually gonna make attacks on you. I need to calm down.
On who?
My nuts.
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
What's their AC?
Hey, dog, what's your testicles AC? That shit's gotta be like 2.
One per. Oh no. Come back.
You can blame it all on me.
Fuck, y'all ever laugh too fast and get really lightheaded? I almost passed out.
Oh no.
Holy shit.
Don't do that.
Oh, pardon. Okay.
No more jokes.
Guys, stop being so funny and adorable and sexy and stop making me want to kiss you or something. Okay.
We're just gonna be real serious.
Holy fuck. Alright. There's Reeves. Okay.
Reeves.
Hey.
Buddy.
Avengers symbol. Look at us all lined up.
Yeah.
Yeah. How far are you now? Perfect. I'm gonna do a quick threat assessment.
Points at the Barbarian.
Dolores looks fucking scary right now, so she is being perceived as the biggest threat. So this guy is going to hurl this icicle spear. It just constructs and it's thrust at you.
Disadvantage.
Oh, good displacement. That was a natural 20.
Not anymore.
Ah! That was natural.
Another
No.
Silvery barbs.
silvery bards.
Okay, fair
Roll a
enough.
triple.
Fair enough.
Do it.
That was a 3. Can I have fun?
No.
No.
A 15 doesn't hit. I think this.
Take your double 20 and go home.
What happens is the ice spear moves toward you, Dolores. You are so red hot right now that it doesn't even break your aura. It gets within like 3 or 4 feet of you and it just melts. Isn't that brutal? Isn't that sick? I love the.
Yes.
Dude. And then the other two, confirming that Dolores is indeed the threat, are going to follow suit. This is a disadvantage. 7 plus 12, 19. You're not raging yet, so your AC is 17.
Let me see what I have as a reaction.
I got you.
Oh,
No!
What, guys?
Whistle will go ahead and use Soulforge Safeguard, or Soulforge Shield. Dolores, your AC goes up by 6.
Hell yeah!
David,
There's
add some
this
flavor to
moment
that.
of
Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
there's just this moment of like everyone looking at Dolores, and the first 2 volleys come in, and then one pew magic from one person hits it, and then pew magic from another person in this line hits it.
David, you want to throw some stink on that? What's the flavor of that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Whistle is going to. It's not even Whistle, I think. It's the Soulforge directly. So Whistle kind of glances over and is tracking the projectile as it's coming in, and just kind of do a little whistle, and then Nikolai just flits out and slashes it out of the air.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
And it positions in front defensively.
Perfect.
Because that's until the end of round or something, I think. Hang on.
Yeah. I'll just roll this. It's a 19.
Is it a shield?
Damn.
Yeah, let me just make sure.
Yeah, no, all those miss. Okay, nicely done. All
Who is
right.
Nikolai? Is he a shield or like is it?
He's
an
the
aura?
actually. So good point, Lou. Nikolai has to actually be a one-handed weapon, so he is like a Viking great axe, like just a heavy bearded axe at the moment, but big enough to wield in one hand though.
Yeah. You take like that longer edge and like curl the spear down and just launch it into the ocean. Okay, Dolores, your rebuttal. Question for you, bud. Do you have any means of flight?
Nope. And fun fact, Dolores has an immeasurable fear of the ocean. So as soon as she's launching out of here, you hear a blood-curdling scream. She rages as a flight or fight response.
I love that flight. Yeah, that's great. But
hopefully that you guys being near me is not a bad thing. Sorry about it.
Oh no.
you look down and you are falling directly toward the water. Are there any response? I know Echinacea and Whistle have expended the reaction.
I will say since she was jumping out of force, can I say that I am?
You can. Yeah.
I'm not. It's an instant down. She is
Give me
going to
an
realize
athletics
she's
check.
having that, and she's going to try to land and plunge.
You're
do a
trying to vault
plunging attack.
yourself.
Well, not vault, but like since I'm high up, I'm going to try to. Since I was running and flying, I'm going to try to land and plunge as I'm free falling onto
on this guy?
Like an arc.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. Still, give me an athletics check. I'm gonna say.
Okay, and then my rage was a 16. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also,
And
Yes.
your AC is up until the beginning of my turn.
Oh shit.
nice. Thank you.
And
And
that's
you said
plus
athletics at
6.
dis.
Athletics at disadvantage because of the crippling fear.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Argue for even because raging gives you advantage on strength-based checks.
Ooh.
My first one was 28.
We'll use that.
Ooh.
David, take an inspiration point.
Thank you.
So
guys.
give me, as you are plummeting down, give me an attack roll on this creature.
Okay. What's Nikolai's stats? If that's it? Did you throw him in front of me, or is that just
Yeah,
So
Nikolai's
you-
like floating around.
You have your weapon.
Okay.
Because you said you
Yeah.
turned the morphic armament into a glaive, correct?
Yeah,
That's
but
what you're
could I? Okay.
You could flavor it that you're wielding Nikolai. Like, flavor-wise, you can be throwing Nikolai. Yeah, that's fine.
Because if
Nikolai glaive.
if good weapon in front of me, want take good weapon.
You have...
Yeah.
And I can change my bonus action to like distract it, right?
Okay.
So I'll use my bonus
You've already
action
used your bonus
to.
action to rage, so you can't do that this turn.
Oh shit.
Which reminded me, I need to do the thing. Julie, do the thing.
Okay, yeah. Let's see what that's up.
You said 16?
Underrated show.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
Your movement speed doubles, and difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement while raging.
Ow. Good.
That also flavors the reason why I didn't like disadvantage too. Sweet. Hell yeah. Okay, great. Plunging
Yeah,
attack.
give me an
Okay.
attack.
Do I? Okay, I'm gonna use a luck point. Sorry about it. That was a net one.
Oh.
That's okay.
Sometimes the dice tell stories, and sometimes I don't want them to.
Oh
Man, that's a 14, so I got a 3.
14?
Mm-hmm. Damn.
Meet it, beat it.
What?
no! Hey, yo, listen.
Okay, these are little
Listen.
babies. Alright.
They're just elemental summons.
Oh, and I think I forgot to add my +3 from raging too, so it was a...
It hits, yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah, cool, good.
17.
Damage 15 plus wait, is raging +2 or +3? I always forget. Let me see. +3. Okay, cool. And so 18 damage.
You swing down with your glaive in one hand and Nikolai in the other as you just carve through this elemental. You cleave through as like through the shoulder blades. It's liquid, right? It tries to defend itself by shifting into ice, but it doesn't matter. You have too much heat and far too much momentum as it's just carving down into this creature. How much damage was that?
18.
18. Okay. Nice.
Oh yeah, now I'll move her because she's now just kind of on him.
All right. Alrighty, and yeah, you are in the water.
Oh, I make another attack since I.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks.
You have your second attack, so go ahead. And then we have Whistle on deck.
Uh, 17 to hit.
Hits.
Another 18 damage.
Nice.
Yeah, just up and again.
You feel that same. Oh, again! You feel that same white hot rage just fueling you right now. These things aren't bleeding enough for you.
The way Button's head just fucking.
They went,
oh.
David's like,
You sus.
you're sus.
Oh, shit! It's all happening.
It's me. I'm sus.
Kind of sus.
Okay, Whistle, you're up.
Yep. All right.
Do you
Whistle
have
is
any
going-
means of flight?
I don't. So I'm going to Assassin's Creed dive out of the,
Oh,
the
you
portal.
fucking... Ah, hell yeah, dude.
So I'm going to see. I want to try to get as far out as I can.
Here, you're going to give me an athletics or acrobatics check.
Ooh, acrobatics most certainly.
We'll say this is a flat roll given the momentum that you guys have all gained within the elemental plane of air with Halitus' help.
It's an 18 on the dice plus 9 for 27.
Give us that flavor, baby.
Yeah, he's going to. So with movement, Whistle's going to dive out, running after Dolores and Nikolai. How far can I get out?
I will say you can get to where Dolores is, or you can get to this unattacked one right here. So you can get out to 20 feet.
I get out to 20 feet.
So yeah, that one.
Okay. Whistle is going to jump out, dive out behind you, Dolores. While he is going through the air, after you attack with Nikolai, Nikolai is going to bounce and fly up into the air above you. And just as Whistle, just before he hits the water, I'm going to use the Ziggy hook to hook onto Nikolai.
Motherfucker. Yep, okay.
And slingshot myself into this guy.
Yo!
It's like a makeshift immovable rod.
Just call him Levi Ackerman from now on. Okay.
He's not that short.
Take an inspiration point.
I'm full.
Well.
But I might use them on an attack here, so let's see.
Hey, you could use them for a
Take
Discord.
a kiss on the forehead. Mwah.
I'll take a kiss on the forehead. Right.
Okay. You latch on.
Oh.
Do I need to do anything?
No. I just need to attack now. So I get 30 feet. One sec. So it's a total of 80 feet. 20 there. 30. I can land there?
You can land
right?
there. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're hooking it. So yeah,
Yeah.
you can get up there.
Whistle will hook on. Well, like Whistle will kind of like hook onto Nikolai and pull himself back up because I need to actually hold Nikolai still for the attack.
You
part.
do, yeah.
Okay, attack 1. That's a natural 2. I'm going to use an inspiration.
Yep.
You could be careful because you could use that for a Discord sound.
That's true, but I already rolled it.
Yeah, fair enough.
That is. My damage is going to be kind of low, guys, because I'm not using a two-handed weapon for the
You're good, buddy.
greater weapon.
You're fine.
So it is, but I do get to hit a lot better. So I'm actually hitting with my full attack bonus for once. So
Let's
that's
go.
14 plus 13 for
27.
27.
Yeah, dude, that hits.
Okay.
Because you're hitting the ice salamander.
The ice salamander.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. First attack is a 11 slashing.
11 slashing.
Second attack. 12 plus 13 for 25.
25 hits.
12 slashing. And the final attack. 10 plus 13 for 23.
Hits.
23 slashing.
Ooh.
Or, no, sorry, not 23 slashing. 12 slashing. 13 slashing. 4 plus 9.
The plus 10. Because I removed 23, I'd add 10 back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You're beginning to put your fucking licks in. You look in front of you to see the echo of Iolus. It looks at you, and then it looks back at Iolus proper.
No.
And Iolus, you know this look as you've given it many times. You are a problem for later. All right. Okay. Is that your turn? Yep. Is that your turn? Whistle.
That will be the turn. Whistle.
Okay. NPCs are up. Speaking of Iolus, he's going to bonus action swap with his echo. He's going to use a bonus action to... I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Yep. Bonus action. Mother bitch. Bonus action. Manifest another right here. Yoink. He is going to attack the... That's a fucking D12, you monkey. I got a monkey brain. That is a 17, which unfortunately misses. He's going to make his second attack. There we go. That is a 28 to hit. And he is going to... You see as he... Here is where we get to start seeing the differences between the Islesborn and the mainlanders. There is a very precise, like almost stiff way of wielding weaponry when you're like trained in a proper army, right? You see Iolus spin his glaive between his fingers, bend backward, and he lets out this haka-like shout as he strikes forward and hits under the rib. And you can hear as he lets this song out, and it is quite musical. There is a deep like bellowing as it rings out, and you hear the Coralborn sort of the Coral Guard repeat it in kind, almost harmonizing with it. And Iolus is going to deal max damage. 17 points of slashing damage as he hits this fire guy right here.
Fire guy.
Then he'll go for his last attack. Unfortunately, yeah, that one misses as well. He is then going to unleash Incarnation. And he is going to use his Echo to attack this one right here. $19, yep, that'll hit. Deal 9 damage to that guy. Okay. Alrighty. Coral Guard are going to move up here. And then, perfect. They're going to get here, and they're going to be flanking this big guy. They're going to make their attacks. Ooh! You see as all of them, they're standing in 2 V formations. So they're kind of spread toward the back and further apart as they're the furthest apart closer to that entity. And each of them sort of swing back. The flat part of their blades clap each other as this loud sort of like, it almost sounds like when you snap a clamshell, like that very sharp just tick, tick, and then they begin to sing outward as they slash up and make a critical strike on this entity. And then the other side is going to attack with advantage. Yep, that hits, and they follow suit. This guy taking some damage. They can't really flank with that one, so they're gonna go here. That is a miss, and then the other guard. That is also a miss. You see, oh no, they're flanking with Iolus. Whoa, one more roll. Okay, that one does hit. Iolus raises his glaive in the air and just like gives this inspiring just shout and like pound to his chest as the others sort of grit their teeth and follow their commander's instruction. And okay, hit the one that Iolus has already hit. Iolus looks back, eyes still gritted at Whistle, but he looks back to see you all. Recognizing Echinacea from Iothalor. And then looking back to see his son. The face of a soldier is hard and cold, but as soon as his eyes hit you, all you can see is your father. The eyebrows that have been furrowed rise as he smiles. Puts his hand to his heart. Nods in your direction, acknowledging your arrival. All right. And we return to the fray as... I don't know what that crash was, but that was kind of cool. That's kind of rad. Reeves does not have a means of flight.
You've got an echo.
Yeah, echo it up.
He does. It's gonna...
Is there an echo in here?
Echo
Echo.
Echo.
here. Bink. And then it'll quickly swap places with it. And we'll see. Let's see if that momentum can carry him forward to similar to where Whistle is. Ooh. What, you got like a 26, David?
27. I remember.
Thank you.
I remember.
I remember.
Reeves rolled a 25, which I think gets him right here. And he looks, well, let's do this then. Smiles, being able to be in a fight. As he takes out his halberd of certain death. And that is going to be...
I mean, LDL, come on.
Flanking with Echo.
You cannot flank with an Echo.
You can't flank with an Echo?
No. It's technically incorporeal.
Oh. I guess, yeah, otherwise Echo Knights would
It's
just
technically an
flank with their
object.
It's not technically a person.
But also, I think you'd be...
Listen, we can argue about it later, but for right now, no.
Okay.
Second attack, that is a 28 to hit, which hits. And then the last one... yes, that hits. Okay, so he's going to deal 9. So he's going to deal 17 points of damage to the one next to you. The one that Iolus's Echo is already torn into. Then... Sorry, guys. This is a lot of me playing with myself. I apologize.
LDL.
No, I know. I'm just making sure I can't do anything else. Because he already uses bonus action. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
LDL.
Level.
Okay, she definitely doesn't have a means of flight.
She's an Eladrin. She's got
She's
Misty
got that
Step.
Misty Step, yeah. It's the... God, what is it called?
Face Step.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
We're gonna... Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do an athletics check to give her that bonus. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, which will get her... What did I say, David? 20 feet?
20 feet.
Bitch! 20 feet. Perfection. Look at that, brother. All right.
Yep.
You see as she, kind of riding the wind, glides forward, looks... Echinacea and Zio, you see as her eyes are just completely on Reeves in this moment. Girl. And she will use her face step.
Lock it down.
And she will bonus action teleport right here, flanking with you, Whistle. And the winter face step.
The fear one.
Oh, it's got the fear?
It's got to make a wisdom saving throw. With a natural 1.
Scared.
It is frightened of Uldio.
Oh, yeah.
You see Whistle as she lands towards you. That black ice scar that's like marking her face begins to ooze like black shadow for a moment as her eyes just go pure white. Stay right there. Right where I want you. Whistle's like, me?
Yeah.
What?
Elemental.
You're so fucked.
You're so fucked. Okay. And then we will move to Echinacea with Zio on deck. That was all
My
the NPCs.
turn.
Yep. All right.
Echinacea. Sparing. When you cast Spirit Guardians, you can choose to not affect any number of individuals that you choose.
Correct.
Choose all my allies and Daddy Iolus and all of his Coral Guard.
Cool.
They're not going to be affected by the Spirit Guardians.
Figured.
And the Guardians, which have taken so many different shapes, as Echinacea's spellbook whirls, it goes to that last page, and out of it, Shadow roils, and Aedwulf leaps out, made of not just shadow, but also in the depths of the shadow, pinpricks of starlight. You can almost hear Echinacea and Aedwulf howling together as the spirits bound around Echinacea. And they need a... What is it?
Can you ping where you're dropping it again?
It's on me.
Oh.
It's an aura. 15
that's right.
foot radius.
Oh, 15-foot radius. Any particular color you want that?
Yellow. Or no, blue. It's stars. Sorry, I'm used to it being very angel-y.
Does that work? Can you see that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. There it is. 15 feet.
Okay. And then Echinacea is going to fly forward. I need those two
Shit.
entities to make a wisdom saving
I
throw
hate
for
this
me.
fucking game, dude. I hate to. I pass them. Oh, that's a surprisingly good roll. Wisdom. 19. Oh well, yeah, it definitely doesn't beat your DC. Yeah, 19.
It does not. They take 21 radiant damage.
Holy fuck.
And how far do I move? 25?
The
I've got
one
more.
that Dolores has already hit, bloodied.
Excellent.
And
I can
then
move one more.
and you said you hit this one right here too?
Yep,
That's
it's in the aura.
21, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Noted.
And then, as a bonus action, Echinacea is... They have not seen the look that passed between
Iolus and Whistle.
Whistle and Iolus, but they are familiar with that history.
Yeah.
So they yell out, and as they yell, this mote of light shoots from their mouth. Mr. Marino, we're all here to help. We're all here to help.
Iolus is like,
Wow. I can roll per the rules with I can roll for damage or healing. Use my inspiration to reroll. I rolled fucking snake eyes, and that just won't do.
yeah,
you
that's
know?
unfortunate.
I won't do. So he heals for
Finn.
8 plus 7, so 15.
Iolus, nice.
Yes.
Great.
He got hit pretty hard. We saw him get mollywopped.
He got scorched, yeah. You can still see like the embers kind of flickering off his the fabric of his clothes, but you see the burn wounds just beginning to soothe over as he just. I trust that you're here to help. He nods.
Oh, okay. That's my turn.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, nicely done. Zio, you're up. The end of rounding out initiative.
So Zio is going to, as they come through, they see their father place their hand over the heart. Zio feels this wave, this rush of wind, the salt water, the smell of the isles, and they're invigorated, coming right out of the elemental plane of air into their home. And without missing a beat from coming out of this gate, and their face shifting back to like how they look in the material plane, you all see Zio as he zips. So I'm gonna move. I am gonna use more than just my 50 feet of movement, but for first, I'm moving right here. So I'm gonna use my movement and my bonus action for movement. But as he is zipping by in the same space of time, almost instantaneously, I want to go ahead and use Thunder Wave to hit both of these guys. So it's like a zoom psh, as they then go up into the air. And I'm going to use Thunder Wave at 3rd level.
9th level. Okay. You need a dexterity save from me, correct?
It's a Constitution save.
Constitution save.
For these two guys, and I want to hit the two guys. It's a 15-foot square from the south, so I am making sure that I'm at a space where I am not hitting.
It is I rolled a 14. I don't think that saves.
No, my save DC is a 16.
Perfect. Okay.
So they
Go ahead and roll
will take
And sorry, which
Yep,
ones?
they
Can you
will
ping the ones you did again? Oh, these two guys. These two big guys.
the two guys.
Got it. Okay, understood.
So it's a. Where are my 8s? It's 48s of thunder damage.
Oof.
Okay. Actually, yeah, no, I have to use it. So that's 4 plus 8. 12. Ooh, that went over. Okay. 20 thunder damage between these two.
Oof.
And then use the rest of my bonus action. So that was my movement, my action, and the rest of my bonus action with the additional movement to go further up. So I would say it's like about 40 feet up.
Okay.
And as they do, they just yell out, "Dad! I've got your back!"
That's the top of my head, kid. My back's over here. He points to like the big fucking salamander. He's like, ah! Readies himself. Okay. And with everybody having landed back on the material plane, and for our first time in the Scorched Isle, that's where we're going to end tonight's chapter of No Realms Tolesh. We'll pick up with initiative next time and see this fight to the end.
Daddy.
Nicely done, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the insane amount of raids tonight.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you guys so much, and a lot of new faces, which is wonderful. We deeply appreciate you being here. Thank you, North Draconic and Taino Tales for the raids tonight. Really appreciate it. Before we head out, let's go ahead now to our players, starting with Angie.
My name is Angie. They, them pronouns. I've been playing Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. I am feeling very, very emotional. I also want to say big thanks to Taino Tales and to Chris for coming in with the raid. A big point of inspiration for the Scorched Isles is Puerto Rico, which is my home country, and the Taino people in that country. So yeah, that was really cool to see in the session. And yeah, sorry, I'm getting really emotional.
No.
So
No apologies.
and that's me.
Thank you, Angie. Lou.
Lou, and this is Finn. And we play Dolores. She, her pronouns for both of us. He, him for him. You can find me at Luzilia_art on most social medias. And thank you very much.
David.
Hello, everybody. I am David, and I have been playing Whistle. Both he, him pronouns. You can catch me here as Whistle, our Hobgoblin Soulforged fighter. You can also catch me here playing several faces in an upcoming project. And then, when I'm not here, I'm over at Stealthy Elf Productions, playing a lot of Pathfinder 2nd Edition and some other stuff. With some other pretty cool people. That's me.
Thank you, David. And last but not least, Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I've been playing Echinacea Belrose, the very stressed wizard. And you can find me playing one singular face in an upcoming project on this channel. And when I'm not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions, where I play Cressida in Unearthed Inheritance, where I play Sugar Pea in Outlaws of Alkenstar, and where I play Amanita, the little mushroom, in New World Rebellion.
Amazing. Thank you guys for an incredible session tonight. Appreciate your time. Appreciate all you brought to it. What a whirlwind session, but on Elemental Plane of Air. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archive. I've been your archivist for this evening. I will, be doing some other stuff, running some other games here in the near future. I also produce other games on this channel, one of them being God Killer Sinner Sacrifice. Please look out for the Tales Archive YouTube, which you can find in our About page, where the whole miniseries, episodes 1 through 7, will be uploaded this week. And that's where you can catch up on Tales Archived if you're new. If you liked what you saw, it'd be a great opportunity. Yeah, and then when I'm not here, I'm over at Stealthy Elf Productions playing Finn Reese. Can't keep his accent straight. I don't know where he's from. He doesn't know who he is. It's fitting, I
like to think the Southern comes in because of Chris.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. And I also play Nrim, Weirdo in the Walls, who breaks the fourth wall in Heroes of Hysteria, New World Rebellion. Yeah, thank you guys. We're going to pay those raids back, so please Stay tuned for a raid. We're going to throw you over to another TTRPG channel, and we will see you guys in the next adventure. Love you. Bye.
Goodbye.
Where the fuck is my ice cream? Bye!